These are my favorite metal albums of January 2025, and we're starting with The Halo Effect with The March of the Unheard. Now, I've been a little lukewarm with the last two Dark Tranquillity records, despite that being one of my all-time favorite bands, but where those have just been solid, this union of members of both that and In Flames has so far yet to let me down. You really do get the best of both worlds on this sophomore effort. Those unmistakable classic In Flames riffs, the lush atmosphere of the Dark Tranquillity synths, and of course, Michael's always powerful vocals.
The absence is everywhere.
Lots of great tracks to get their hooks in you here, my personal favorites being Detonate, Our Channel to the Darkness, What We Become, and March of the Unheard. If I'm being honest, I prefer the debut overall, but there's really not a moment of this follow-up that I feel compelled to skip, so consider this an A tier to that one's S. Next up is Mutagenic Host with The Diseased Machine. Kicking off another year of more traditional death metal with this doozy of a debut from the London-based death metal quintet. Very much in line with albums like Morbid Angel's Domination, it's a simple yet sickening slice of slime-ridden groove backed by some strong production to emphasize its dark, cavernous qualities. I'll admit that at first I was wondering if this was just another generic slab of old school flavor, but something compelled me to continue on, and the deeper I went, the more I felt subsumed by its murky, hypnotic power. Another fresh face to add to the growing wave of modern bands in the classic style, recommended to fans of Frozen Soul and Necrot in particular. Then there's Patriarch with Prophet Elijah. Formerly one of the Batushkas after the often memed split between members, this Polish band follows up their debut, now under a new name but with the same haunting sound. Their folk-infused take on black metal brings monk-like chanting along with a number of traditional instruments in the tegelharpa, mandolin, mondocello, hurdy-gurdy, and stringed dulcimer, and all in service of telling the true story of Elias Kilmowicz, known as Prophet Elijah to the Orthodox Grzybowski sect. And it's not all pure atmosphere either, with tracks that also bring the riffs with the sort of Rotting Christ sounding closing track. Honestly, I'd kind of fallen off of caring about this project when all the drama went down, but this was enough to get me more than interested again. Then we have Burn Down Eden with Dismal Epiphany. Album 4 from this solid German melodic death metal band formed in 2012. In addition to the great classic riffing and all-around engaging songwriting, they've had music videos for nearly every song leading up to this album that also showcases an emphasis on fun and sense of humor. When it comes down to it though, what matters is whether the music is good, and these guys are definitely cooking up all the best elements of my favorite genre. I do think that the vocals could have a little bit more presence and the songs could have a little bit more unique personality, but those nitpicks aside, Gothenburg Melodeath fans should love this. Then we have Estuarine with Corporeal Furnace. I got into this project with 2018's Sick Erit Scriptum, and even though I don't feel like I even fully understand what they were doing back then, I still named it one of my favorite albums of that year. Fast forward 2 equally impressive EPs and an interview with Mastermind Hydra later, and the music only gets better and better. Not to mention my deep dive into 90s and 2000s death metal really helped to make further sense of the madness with my exposure to the likes of Lycathia Flame, Mithras, and Toe. My original write-up referred to the music as avant-garde, technical, progressive, blackened, psychedelic death grind, and I think that still sums it up pretty well. I also agree with Hydra calling this album faster, heavier, and less conventional than ever before, and its most boundary-pushing iteration to date. Then we have Synaptic with Enter the Void. Despite originally forming in the 2000s, this is the German band's first full length, and I am so glad that someone recommended to me in the comments. This is technical and progressive death metal to the nth degree, with guitars and also bass that will give you damn motion sickness. Their approach reminds me of other bands like Gorod, Obscura, and the Zenith Passage, with maybe just a touch of BT Bam in there as well. Again, if I'm nitpicking, I feel like the few moments with clean vocals lack the same quality as everything else, but outside of that, this is a 34-minute headbanging powerhouse. Next up is Slaughterson with Black Marrow. Featuring Ben Karras of Thank You Scientist and Windfarer, this New Jersey band sounds very much like Lamb of God in their prime. They bring that same level of equal parts groove and aggression, uniting influences from thrash and death metal that gets me banging my head like the first time I heard 11th Hour in high school. Relentless Thelemic and Black Marrow in particular are just about as good as you can get in this genre, though I also like the more dark methodical energy of Ready Cell Awaits, calling back to the likes of Omerta. The production could use a little bit more work, but everything else makes me very excited at the prospect of a full length in the future. Next up is Faith Extractor with Loathing and the Noose. The fifth album from this Ohio death metal duo formed in 2005 and absolutely making the most of this trim 38-minute runtime. Such a great traversing of pacing here, from chaotic technical speed to primitive man-esque extreme doom, sometimes all in one track as with Flooded Tombs. The sudden changes in style and tone on this album surprised me more than once, and that made the listen all that more engaging. Rare for a death metal album to turn my head like that these days, so props for that alone. Then we have the much anticipated Harakiri for the Sky with Scorched Earth. Now, while I definitely still have my usual qualms when it comes to the runtime and some of the more repetitious elements, I'd say that with this 8th album, the Austrian band continues to prove why they are one of the bigger names in atmospheric black metal. I really appreciate that in spite of the emphasis on overall vibes, the riffs never get lost in the sauce, offering an experience that's also often comparable to the likes of Insomnium, and With Autumn I Surrender even gives me faint hints of The Cure. Yeah, I'd say alongside the sadly now defunct Numenorian as well as modern powerhouse Mol, Harakiri for the Sky know how to actually write consistently engaging music with hooks and where each song is differentiated from the last. It could be tightened up a bit, and I'd love to particularly hear more variety in the vocals, but great stuff overall. Next up is Great American Ghost with Tragedy of the Commons. Another one of those highly underrated metallic hardcore groups that I have been following for years now, and I'm frustrated are not as big as the likes of Knocked Loose, because they are every bit as good. I've been on the train since 2015's sardonic Everyone Leaves, and right from Kerosene, they have only seemed to become more pissed and full of vinegar with time with some of these vocal lines. But they've also evolved their more melodic elements, as on tracks like the kind of architect sounding Lost in the Outline. Personally, I could have done with a bit more of the former and less of the latter, but across the board they use both here to craft an impressively bleak atmosphere, and I also appreciate the vaguely industrial elements that they bring to the music that further add to the cold concrete and steel aesthetic. Then we have Sarkator with Swarming Angels and Flies. Definitely have some mixed feelings about album 3 from this Swedish band. Y'all know I love me some Blackened Thrash, and when they bring the energy as with Come at the End Times and The Undercurrent, I am 100% on board. But then we also get some experimentation deeper in that I'm on the fence about.
We're lost in the treasure and night. Long lost in the treasure and night.
Don't get me wrong, I like to hear bands shake things up rather than just paint by numbers, and some of this is pretty interesting here, but the overall execution feels inconsistent with the runtime showing some bloat as on the times tedious 7 minutes of Where the Void Begins. Worth the listen, and as always, your mileage may vary, but this was more of a 7 out of 10 for me. Then we have Paleface Swiss with Cursed. Paleface is what you get when you cross metallic hardcore a la Kubla Khan with Slipknot's self-titled debut. Hatred sounds like it could have been ripped directly from that album, with the riffs and guitar tone to the pingy snare and Zelly's unhinged gasps for air. And really, his vocal performance is a highlight of much of this album.
My blood's on your fucking hands!
The melodic parts are a bit more hit and miss, but the heavy stuff repeatedly compels me to break anything in sight that isn't bolted down. Love those tasty grooves alongside these syncopated screams. Even the kind of horrorcore sounding rap on Enough ends up working pretty well for me, miles better than anything Ronnie Radke has attempted. Then we have Stick to Your Guns with Keep Planting Flowers.
The bed we share gives meaning to life, and we turn on each other like dogs in a fight.
The Orange County crew really brings it on this one with 24 minutes of pure classic metalcore with both hard-hitting verses and catchy choruses right out of, again, Architect's prime. Plenty of headbang-inducing hardcore energy in the chuggy parts and D-beats, but also with tons of genuine emotion that comes off as anthemic as opposed to cheesy.
When will it be enough for you savages? It's getting hard to tell.
Seriously, with so much crappy octane core out there, I can't say how nice it is when I hear a band actually effectively pull off both sides of that equation. Maybe some will still find parts like the title track corny, but I found them very touching. Then we have Mirar with Ascension. I saw a lot of recommendations in the comments for this French deathcore crew when it dropped on the 1st. Riffs feel like a cross between Frontier and Viljarta with a touch of Darko, but often combined with massive layers of synth atmosphere a la Shadow of Intent. I'm a little curious as to why this is classified as deathcore to begin with, as the music is instrumental, and to me the vocals are kind of a key trait of that genre. But nomenclature aside, this is some very cool music that I like to throw on in the background while working on other projects. Then we have the Great Old Ones with Kadath. Album 5 for this French band, and I think this one takes the cake for me this month as far as black metal goes. They bring so much drama and sense of scope to their sound that puts them well above the competition here, not to mention the dynamic range and more progressive approach to the songwriting makes for a far more engaging and often unpredictable runtime. Over an hour is a lot to ask of your average listener, but this is another case where, due to everything I just mentioned, it never drags or becomes tedious. There is always something new on the horizon to look forward to, and the performances make the journey well worth it. Before I get to my favorite of the month, a few honorable mentions here. We have Flummox with Southern Progress. I was really excited to listen to this one, but I just haven't had the opportunity yet as of the time of this recording, but there's so much like diversity and kind of weirdness on display here. Some might argue whether this is like fully metal or not, but it gets pretty darn heavy. There are some parts that remind me of like Every Time I Die, so yeah, looking forward to hearing this in full. Also, August Burns Red with the Thrill Seeker re-recording. I mean, I didn't have a lot to say about this beyond like, yeah, I love August Burns Red. I love all their albums, and this is a re-recording with their longtime vocalist instead of their previous vocalist as with the original version, and yeah, it rips. As for worst albums of the month, there's not really anything that came out that I felt like I really needed to kind of tear into. There was some stuff that was sort of like okay, which is why I've expanded the scope of this segment in general so that I can talk about things like that as well. I will say you'll have to wait for my All That Remains tier list for my thoughts on Anti-Fragile though, as at the time of this recording, that's another one I have not yet heard all the way through, but the singles do not fill me with confidence, so we will see. Also, do comment below your favorite and least favorite metal albums in the month, whether they line up with mine or you completely disagree. Let's get a discussion going. But my favorite album of the month goes to Fleshspore with Painted Paradise. Now, I fully expected the Halo effect to take the top slot here after listening to that, but then this Indiana band swooped in to absolutely destroy everything else on this list. I liked their debut, Ember's Gathering, but this follow-up blows that out of the water in every possible way. Fans of bands like Archspire, Exocrine, and Surreption in particular are going to love this. The guitars are just so much fun in their chaos, and the rapid-fire vocals never fail to put a smirk on my face. This already sets a really high bar for tech death in 2025, and I hope other bands are up to the challenge, because this already makes a strong case to stick in my brain all the way to December.
Turn it on, I'm very thirsty. Nice job, Chris.
These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of February, and we are starting with Retromorphosis with Salmus Mortis. So yeah, first up on my favorites list, this is made up largely of current and former members of Spawn of Possession, Obscura, and Necrophagist, as well as Decrepit Birth, and it's just as dizzyingly technical as you would imagine with that lineup. It's clear why it came so highly recommended in the comments. Better yet, great melding of these performances into chillingly memorable atmospheres and all-around good pacing that makes this so much more than your boilerplate tech death release. Tracks like Never to Awake and The Tree really keep you on your toes, keeping the experience fresh the deeper you get in. I do think that the vocals could be a little bit more interesting to match the dynamics of everything else, but otherwise top-notch stuff. Next up is Mantar with Post-Apocalyptic Depression. I've been a fan of this German sludge duo for over a decade now, and ever since seeing them perform live around 2016, they are the closest I feel like you can get to seeing something like Helmet or Bleach-era Nirvana in the 90s these days. This fifth album continues that metal meets grunge and noise energy with more rebelliously raw anthems like Principle of Command, Rex Perverso, and Hausgericht. I also love just how close they come to capturing their live sound with those ever-pounding drums and guitar tone, like they translated Iggy Pop's persona into distortion. Just a foot tap and head bob inducing good time that you could probably recommend as a gateway to non-metalheads as well. Then there's Grima with Nightside. Album 6 for this Siberian atmospheric black metal group. Really dig these synths, largely leaning into that simulated accordion sound, giving a more unique folk tinge to the music. And while there is plenty familiar when it comes to the guitars, they also deviate enough stylistically so as to stand apart from the droves of other black metal bands out there. Another colossal sounding album that's easy to get wrapped up in and manages to justify some of its longer runtimes with earworm hooks and shifting textures. I'm particularly impressed with Impending Death Premonition, Flight of the Silver Storm, and The Nightside. Then we have Sidewinder with March of the Eternal Heretic. This relatively new UK thrash and hardcore crew bringing a ferocious 4-song EP in the wake of their first full-length. With the loss of Power Trip, at least for the time being, there has been a very specific hole waiting to be filled by another equally rebellious and nihilistic sounding crew, and I feel like Sidewinder could be another contender. They too have that dark and venomous touch to songwriting and kind of 90s death metal approach to production that just adds up to something so much more malevolent sounding than 99% of non-blackened thrash acts out there today. Add some very anthemic gang vocals about burning society to the ground and it's a recipe for a damn good time. Then we have Serenity and Murder with Timeless Reverie. Album 5 for this incredibly underrated melodic death metal band out of Japan. I've been in love with their music since 2015's The Highest of Dystopia, and they have only matured further with each album. Their particular mix of uplifting riffs with synths and symphonic elements should particularly appeal to fans of Mors Principium Est, Dark Tranquillity, and Calma. This album also sees the band expanding on the melodic elements with some sparing use of clean vocals on the likes of Revolt, while still bringing the heavy hooks on rippers like Never Defile. Other favorites here include Matrix, Blue Roses, Gracefully Fall, and A Dance of Sorrow. Before we get to the next pick, just a reminder to hit the like button if you're enjoying the video, and be sure to share your own favorites from the month down in the comments. But next up we have Open Casket with Trials of Failure. Super heavy debut full-length from this little rock death metal band with plenty of hardcore influence in its DNA as well. Lots of slammy riffs and punishing vocals to really inspire as much violence in the pit as possible. Frankly, every note feels fine-tuned specifically for a live audience to cause as much damage as possible with tracks like Putrid Existence. Lots of solid guest spots too, with the likes of Backbiter and Terminal Nation. Really, there's not much more I feel I need to say, just let the clips speak for themselves on this one. It's a vicious powerhouse with breakdowns that actually left a crater in my sternum. Then we have 16 with Guides for the Misguided. This LA group has been cooking up their own trademark take on sludge since 1991, and somehow 35 years later they still sound as fresh as ever. From pure metal ragers like After All to the haunting croon of Blood Atonement Blues and Proudly Damned, this is more grimy dirtbag music best performed by flaming garbage can under a filthy bridge. And the guitars absolutely wail on this album with so much triumphant scorn as to render the vocals almost unnecessary. If you're not specifically familiar with this group, they should appeal to fans of groups like I Hate God, Acid Bath, and Crowbar. Then we have Abduction with Existentialismus. Another hard-working black metal project that, despite just forming in 2016, has already now put out 5 full-length albums as well as a demo, 2 EPs, and a split.
These show-offs.
This new record continues the trend of channeling a classic darkness just dripping with ritualistic atmosphere and haunting energy. Tracks feel a little longer than warranted at times, but when there's only 6 of them, the investment feels a bit more worthwhile, and there's enough dynamic variety to make each distinct. I particularly enjoy the very Shamash-sounding Truth is as Sharp a Sword as Vengeance, and that is a very difficult title to say. But next up we have Ginger with Duel. While I did enjoy this Ukrainian groove metal band's previous release Wallflowers, I felt like it fell short of album Micro before that. This one feels like it combines the best qualities of both while still progressing in their performance and songwriting. Plenty of absolute banger tracks here like Tantrum and Rogue, but also more earworm melodic fare like Green Serpent. Absolutely love those little falsetto parts on that one, and as usual, excellent playing all around, but drummer Vlad often stealing the show on the kit. Honestly, I see people in my comments hating on this band, and I think that it's unwarranted. Goofy name and some of the cringier fanbase aside, give them a fair shot. Next up is Sacrifice with Volume 6. In case you hadn't figured it out from the title, this is the 6th album from this Canadian thrash metal band, and also their first in 16 years. Another album that absolutely kicks the door down right from the start with the raging blackened riffs of Comatose. They bring the full package for me right down to the harsher vocals just the way I like them. Some really chunky groove metal hooks in here as well, raising comparisons to Lamb of God on the likes of Antidote of Poison. And the more it goes on, the more dynamic and textured things go beyond the pure headbanging energy. Then we have Deliriant with Thought Eater. The perfect title for this sophomore effort from this Spanish black metal crew whose name already translates to delirious. This truly is a brain-sucking black hole of an album that pulls you into a hypnotic state only to devour your very essence from the inside out. Notes here certainly to the likes of Deathspell Omega and Leviathan. Above all else, the words haunting and serpent-like come to mind. Feels more like an October appropriate release in many ways, but with how cold and gray it's been here, I suppose it's still appropriate. Then there's Darko with Death Mask 3.
I'm sorry. Try again.
Well shit, as if the month wasn't packed enough already, one of my favorite deathcore projects, Ninja, drops their latest EP. After being a little disappointed with the increasingly melodic turn of the last LP though, this was a welcome return to the super heavy syncopated rhythmic violence that brought me to them to begin with. I honestly have no idea how they managed to put out so much quality content at this assembly line rate year after year. I hear they're even already putting out another EP and working on the next LP.
It's too much! It's too much!
But favorite tracks on this one, Mallet Pulse, Supra, Blood Host, and respect for that The Substance sample on Have You Ever. You need to go see that movie. Next up is Crossbringer with Healismus Aeternus. Is it just me or are there a lot of Latin titles this month? Anyways, I'd describe Russian band Crossbringer as post-black's answer to Ulcerate, but you could also draw some more direct comparisons to the likes of Celeste, Oathbreaker, and Hexus. Snarl-tinged post-hardcore screams are belted over massive guitars and pounding drums that alternate between technical torrents of chaos and waves of sludgy melancholy. The phrase that comes to mind for this one is awe-inducing, as both of those modes frequently left me in stunned silence, and by the end, a strange sort of zen state. Maybe it's silly, but the best way I can describe the feeling is staring down a literal apocalypse and finding a deep sense of peace in the end. Then we have Dream Theater with Parasomnia. I was never a big fan of these guys growing up, but I have to say I feel like they've been only getting better over the last few albums. The songwriting remains complex while getting tighter, and of course it's great to see Mike Portnoy back on the kit, killing it on drums. Lots of great moments here, especially the opener Midnight Messiah and Night Terror.
Midnight Messiah!
Amazing riffs, ripping solos, and yet more incredible synth work from the man Jordan Rudess. I don't love it as much as the last album actually, start to finish, but prog fans rejoice for an album I actually put pretty high in my discography ranking, so check that video out if you have not already. And speaking of tier lists, we also have Bleeding Through with 9. 26 years into their career, and this Orange County metalcore mainstay is somehow as pissed off as ever with this album. So many great tracks here, full aggression on opener Gallows, calling back to the heyday of their career. Same goes for the evil-sounding Our Brand is Chaos, and both Dead But So Alive and Path of Our Disease utilize some very effective additional vocals from Marta. Shockingly good stuff. They bring all the violence and atmosphere in equal parts that made me fall in love with them to begin with. Also gotta give apologies to All That Remains for last month's video. I did not expect that album to be so good, but it is shaping up to be a big year for metalcore. Then we have Obscura with Asonication. I've enjoyed pretty much every release from this German progressive death metal band over the years, but I saw a lot of negative discussion in the lead up to this one, given another major lineup shakeup and even some controversy with former bassist Alex Weber accusing remaining member Stefan Kummerer of stealing ideas that he had presented before his exit. There was also plenty of talk about changes in sound with the release of related singles like Evenfall, but honestly, to me, this all just felt kind of on par for the course given Obscura's history. Most of the album is still on the faster and more technical side, with plenty of great songs in that vein like Silver Linings, In Solitude, and The Prolonging, as well as another melodeathy rager in The Sun Eater. I'm in agreement with the complaints about the production. I find it very thin and tinny, but the songwriting and performances are very consistently strong and engaging. They probably don't sound as good live, but I enjoyed the album. Then we have Gone Awry with Go Back to Sleep. Gone Awry answers the question of what if Hatebreed had Slipknot riffs and big atmosphere. Full disclosure again, vocalist Rafi and I have been friends for like 17 years now? God damn, I'm getting old. But don't let that take away from the fact that I legitimately think this album is an absolute blast. Seriously, it's been so cool to watch this band evolve into what it is now. I can hear so many influences coming through from both metallic hardcore and nu metal alike, and the jump in production value here is just insane, making tracks like When It Hurts sound huge. Personal favorites though, Revisionist, Ultimatums, and Coffin Door with that killer Return of the Living Dead sample. Then we have Traitors with Phobias. The latest full-length from this Florida deathcore crew, who I can't believe initially caught my attention over 10 years ago with the slow and menacing single Arrogance. Really tight 33 minutes of pure groove and aggression, and despite keeping things fairly simple, they do a good job of differentiating tracks and keeping things interesting. It's like the approach is often largely the same, but the overall texture changes, like with the occasional hip-hop element, the full tilt gent of No Witness, and the very Korn-sounding parts on Imposter. Bone-breaking stuff that really scratched an itch for me without getting too fancy while also getting creative with the breakdowns. I ended up picking up the CD for this one. Then we have Architects with The Sky, the Earth, and All Between. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. It's been a long time since an Architects record made one of my best of lists. I used to love this band, but after years of what felt like a constant downfall, I had started to lose hope in them. Enter this record and they are starting to turn it around for me once more. Some seriously heavy headbangers on here like Black Hole, Whiplash, and Brain Dead, but also some really infectious melodic ones like Curse and Judgment Day, bringing some Deftones and Spirit Box energy. Not everything is a winner here, but I enjoy its overall flow and look forward to spending more time with it, which is again something I cannot say about like the last 2 albums, maybe even 3. Check out the tier list for more in-depth thoughts.
Inconceivable.
Now, before I get to my favorite of the month, I have a few other notable albums to talk about that I had varying opinions on. First up, we have Scour with Gold. Now, if you ask me, this album has a bit of a side A, side B problem. The first half brings some of the most generic and recycled black metal riffing you can find to bore me to tears in spite of the breakneck blast beats, but the second half has all the more textured and interesting tracks like Hell, Invoke, and Gold. Phil Anselmo's vocals are easily the best part, offering a solid range of demented sounds. I saw some people really raving about this, but I don't know. It was okay. There's potential here. Next up is Phrenolith with Ashen Womb. Another one I saw a bunch of people hyped for with this third album from the Copenhagen death metal band. I wasn't initially impressed when I sampled it, but all the buzz made me give it another shot, and I still wasn't impressed. It's solid enough in terms of atmosphere and old school energy, but I feel like the Irish band Malthusian give me more of what I want in this particular flavor. There's also Seyor with Amidst the Ruins. I really dig this Scottish atmospheric black metal band with folk elements, and while this album has all of the usual beauty with the soaring strings and wind instruments and epic vibes, I just didn't find myself connecting with it as much for whatever reason. Love the traditional instruments and general energy, but was kind of a background music level one for me, feeling a bit dragged out. Then we have Pissgrave with Malignant Worthlessness. The purveyors of Postulant Perversion are back with their third album of Pure Filth, but I have to say, I think that the initial shock value and charm has worn off for me, as for all of its attempted intensity, I was bored through most of this one. It's definitely still gross, but just not particularly engaging. I tried spinning it a bunch of times, seeing if it would grow, but yeah, no, it's just okay. On a similar note, we have Caustic Phlegm with Purulent Apocalypse. This debut from the solo UK death metal project has a gnarly sound that I would also compare to Pissgrave, but also with the raw sentiment of plenty of the early 90s death metal founders with that buzzsaw guitar and cavernous reverb. Songs like the Teratophilist and Flesh Melt Contagion also have this very unique, unsettling tone that was ultimately the touch that won me over to listening to it in full. The word that stood out to me in the press release was definitely primitive. I liked this one actually better than Pissgrave. It didn't make my favorites, but it's worth checking out. We also have Septic Flesh with Amphibian. Surprise EP from one of my favorite bands, though it's only 2 new tracks and 2 instrumental versions. Still, if you love symphonic death metal as much as I do, definitely give it a spin, and if you're new to them, please check out some of their other stuff. I recommend starting with The Great Mass. We also have Lacuna Coil with Sleepless Empire.
Burn me down.
I've been aware of this Italian band for a long time, and yet I just never really gave them a chance for, again, no particular reason, which is something I try to remedy these days. And while it didn't knock my socks off or anything, I enjoyed this. Christina Scabbia has an incredible voice, and as a band, they can write some really earworm songs. I do find myself wishing that the riffs were a little bit more varied and interesting, but overall this was an enjoyable, like, B- of a listen. There's also Sin of God with Bloodbound. Album 3 for this Hungarian technical death metal band with comparisons to the likes of Deicide and Nile. It's classic death metal to the bone with deep imposing vocals and plenty of double bass pedal. A little repetitive with the songwriting at times, but it's only 34 minutes and the sheer bloodlust of it kept me going. We also have Fractured Insanity with Age of Manipulation. Over 20 years from this Belgian death metal band, now with 5 albums under their belt and a sound I would put somewhere between Behemoth and Belphegor. There's room for some editing down here and there, but by and large this was a killer listen that death metal fans are going to guzzle down. Of course, we have Killswitch Engage with This Consequence. Perfectly fine album from what was once one of my favorite bands in the genre. I really liked the last one, but this one just kind of falls short both in their discography and within the realm of other metalcore so far this year, definitely. Check out the tier list I did for my thoughts on all their albums. Like, it's still enjoyable. It's far from bad, but it just, I don't know, I liked it less every time I listened to it. Then there's Faience Dream with Repose of the Soul. Pitched to me as basically the third Necrophagist album, this is largely the work of one man plus another feature of guitarist Christian Moinzer on this list, as well as Hans Grossman on drums. Pretty impressive stuff, and also maybe the happiest sounding death metal album you will hear this year. I do think that broadening the vocal performance would push this from great to incredible, but exemplary nonetheless. And then my favorite metal album of the month goes to Pathogenic with Crowned in Corpses. This Massachusetts progressive death metal band was actually first recommended to me by Justin Bonnetts of Tala, of all people. But it took me a second to make the connection, as their debut came out back in 2011 and the next didn't follow until 2019. So another 6-year gap later, we get this third album, proving once more why I am a fan of quality over quantity. This is a delightful mix of tech death and genty grooves that I think should be pleasing to a pretty broad spectrum of the metal community. I could probably most closely compare this to something like Born of Osiris meets Job for a Cowboy, with roots more firmly in the death metal side of that spectrum. Lots of impressive performances, good mix of ferocious singles with more expansive and progressive compositions. Must listen.
My favorite sounding records are the ones that don't sound like they had to do a lot to make it sound the way it sounded. Like, usually when you hear a record and it sounds amazing, for me, it sounds sort of effortless and sort of like unlabored.
These are my favorite and least favorite metal albums from March, starting with Sculpture with Landkrieg. This album goes so hard right from the first scream and deluge of riffage of the appropriately titled Into Catastrophe. Gate Creeper fans rejoice at this lesser discussed German death metal band formed in 2009 who possess the same cavernous quality and generally punishing impact. Landkrieg is their fourth album and continues themes around war, this time specifically the 30-year war from 1618 to 1648. This really hit the spot in terms of just pure death metal. It's already been a crazy year again for the genre, and this earns a high spot for me. Next up is Sadist with Something to Pierce. Big fan of these Italians since discovering them with Hyena in 2015, and since then I've backtracked to discover that they have been just as impressive since 1993. Their progressive and at times experimental fusion of death and thrash metal is wholly their own, and they continue to keep me on the edge of my seat with this 10th record. Love when they bring those tribal sounding drums and an always varied approach to synth, not to mention some utterly jaw-dropping solos. Hear all three on Deception. Not my favorite release from the band, but always nice to hear them drop in for something outside of the box. Then there's Cryptosis with Celestial Death. Speaking of genre-straddling progressive acts, this Dutch band instantly became one of my new favorites with 2021's prog thrash banger Bionic Swarm, and I've been dying to hear more ever since. And seemingly not content to be pigeonholed out of the gate, Celestial Death finds them very actively pushing their boundaries even further while still serving up the heaviness and speed that I'm looking for. Singles like Faceless Matter and Static Horizon made it clear from these spooky synths and emphasis on blackened atmosphere that this record would be a different beast entirely. I was a little worried at first that it might get lost up its own ass along the way, but no, this is another banger from a band that you need to add to your follow list. Then we have Averst with Erasure of Color. Expect a lot of great progressive death metal this month, starting with this Boston band formed in 2009 as Aversion, though this is only their second full-length release. Sarah Hartman takes over on vocals here and brings an excellent variety of screams, growls, and singing to the already impressive dynamics. Some pretty ripping solos here too, as well as exemplary drumming courtesy of Allegion's Jeff Saltzman. The songwriting could be a little bit more focused and finessed for the sake of flow, but this still managed to stand out again in a month full of great releases in this genre. Next up is Fang with Purulences. That's a difficult title to say. Anyways, album 8 from this French industrial sludge band that seemingly never sleeps given their relentless output. It's been such a ride for me going back to their 2016 debut Purge, and they continue to deliver on that trademark fusion of machine-like rhythms with sludgy vocals and compositions comparable to Godflesh and Author and Punisher. If you ask me, this band has had one of the most consistent discographies of the last decade, and in a time where finding good industrial is much more difficult than it used to be. Not to mention they have once more nailed the sound of the album in the cover art, provided directly as usual by guitarist, vocalist, and machinist Benjamin Moreau. Then we have Hypermass with Apparition Day. This Norwegian progressive melodeath band following up their debut LP with an equally strong EP. Lots of great grooving riffs here to get under your skin, and the songwriting takes you on a more than sufficient journey to carry the above average runtimes. The guitar work often reminds me of a killer mix between Lamb of God and Born of Osiris, which is a combination I never would have thought of but works just so well. 5 tracks over a consistently strong 27 minutes, looking forward to more in the future. Then we have Warbringer with Wrath and Ruin. the 7th album from this California thrash metal band, and one I saw quite a bit of hype for in the comments. And yeah, this is just that pure modern thrash goodness I live for when I'm in the mood for the unfiltered stuff.
Just hook it to my veins!
Pissed off, venomous vocals, raging guitars, and breakneck pace make this an absolute blast of a listen. As I've said in the past, I worry a bit when I see non-prog thrash bands pushing track lengths past 5 minutes, but these guys do a good job of maintaining momentum like a modified bulldozer with its brake lines cut. And with just 8 of them, you can really dig into each one for maximum effect. Hopefully this helps set the tone for a much stronger year for thrash than 2024 was. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, as always, be sure to hit the like button and comment your own favorites and least favorites below. Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? Also, Mad Mike just dropped his latest video on the transition of vocalists of Cannibal Corpse, and it is a great little mini documentary that you should check out. But next up we have Desiderium with Keys to the Palace. Album 5 from this solo progressive death metal project out of California and released off of the always impressive Willowtip roster. Always crazy when largely one guy can be responsible for such epic atmospheres with layers upon layers of magical guitar, synth, and piano. Especially when considering the Dream Theater level runtimes, it's amazing that it all comes together so well. And stellar mixing from former aborted guitarist and impressive solo artist in his own right, Mendel. Highly recommended to fans of Wilderrun. Then we have Doomsday with Never Known Peace. More amazing thrash metal this month. This time it's the debut album from this Oakland, California group, and I think that the future is bright based on this one. More killer crossover energy with plenty of gang vocals, clearly inspired by everything from Exodus to Municipal Waste. Another tight one too that understands less is more at just 32 minutes, but every second squeezing out the goods. Can't wait to see what else these guys cook up in the coming years because the grasp they have on the genre already is incredible. Then we have Dawn of Ouroboros with Bioluminescence. I was absolutely blown away by this Oakland, California band's second album in 2023, so this jumped right to the top of my pile to check out when it hit my inbox last month. They continue to toy with this very unique tightrope walk of technical death metal a la bands like Fallujah with the warm post-black melodies of Death Heaven. Tony Thomas of Botanist songwriting and Chelsea Murphy's alternations of venomous snarls and sultry cleans are a match made in heaven. Listening to this band is like drifting through the clouds, sometimes bathed in a beautiful sunset, others braving a storm. I could see them on tour with Deftones just as much as Rivers of Nile. Then we are Trolled with Iskivens Rige. Probably butchered that album title, but this is the second one from this Denmark folk metal band, and as always, I am just so starved for more in this genre, while others baffle me in just how much they seem to hate fun. Who doesn't enjoy swinging flagons of ale to bagpipes, whistles, and infectiously swaying guitar riffs? How anyone could listen to this without least violently tapping their foot is completely beyond me. Highly recommended to fans of Fintroll, Svartsat, and Trollfest. I'm taking this one to the local fantasy mead bar for sure, and the rest of you can just suck it. Then we have Whitechapel with Hymns in Dissonance. Phil stated that they attempted to write their heaviest album to date with something that was shockingly menacing and brutal, and I think that they mostly succeeded in this task. After the last two albums, I didn't think we would ever get another album like this, but they proved that they still have the fire inside of them. Really strong album with no skips, lots of solid variety, and Phil really pulling no punches when it comes to what he's doing with the vocals. Check out my tier list to see where this landed in their discography overall, but suffice it to say, I am glad to have one of the original Kings back at full force. Then we have Destruction with Birth of Malice. 4 thrash metal albums made this month's list, this being the 18th album from this legacy German band, and if you ask me, they have only been hitting harder than ever this decade. I already love 2022's Diabolical, and I'd also list this new one among the best in their discography. 51 minutes and I'm banging my head pretty much the entire time. Killer riffs, infectious rhythms, and fun vocals make this an utter blast, and if you like solos, then you will get more than you bargained for. Another one where you can check out the tier list I did for these guys, but seriously, this is better than it has any right to be. Then there's This Gift is a Curse with Air. I've been missing what I consider to be the peak of gnarly blackened sludge with the likes of Lord Mantis, Indian, and Cobalt. But this Swedish band is back to fill that filth void in a big way with their first album in 6 years and 4th overall. Truly chilling stuff, mixing eerie ambience, noise, raging ferocity, and of course slimy, putrid sludge, and plenty of standout vocal moments like that haunting chant of No Sun Nor Moon on the track of the same name. Between these guys and The Lion's Daughter, which I sadly just saw after I wrote this script, are seemingly having a breakup show, like they're done, so that's a huge bummer, but anyways, I think there's room to bring this genre to another high point, so bring them on. Then we have Cradle of Filth with the Screaming of the Valkyries. This legacy act around since the 90s has been on a bit of a hot streak since Hammer of the Witches, delivering some of, again, what I would consider to be their best material. This 14th album continues the strong trend, though this time it feels like they're veering more overtly into the melodic, gothic, dark atmosphere of albums like Cruelty and the Beast. There are still some headbangers on here as well, though, like We Wish to Live Deliciously, Demigogery, and the triumphant Ex-Sanguine Dracula. I don't find myself loving it as much as the last 3, but then again, the previous album ended up being a bit of a grower for me, and either way, this still made the list. Then we have Spirit Box with Tsunami Sea. While I have really enjoyed all of this band's EPs as well as their work on the final I Wrestled a Bear Once album, I found myself pretty underwhelmed with their Eternal Blue full-length debut. Thankfully, this sophomore effort mostly steps up everything I love about their sound while trimming down some of the fat. Not to mention this thing is seriously pissed off with tracks like Black Rainbow and the absolute barn burner of Soft Spine, while still finding time for more drifty melodic moments like A Haven with Two Faces, Tsunami Sea, and Perfect Soul. It has the usual high points, but now with the deeper cuts like Keep Sweet coming out much closer in quality, making for what I find to be a much more consistent front-to-back listen, though there are still maybe 1 or 2 tracks I'm not as fond of. Another strong entry for metalcore this year. We'll have to see how it stacks up against everything else.
I am Poppy, and I am really happy to be here, nominated with Knocked Loose.
Then we have Arch Enemy with Blood Dynasty. The 12th album from this Swedish melodeath giant, and very much continuing to expand on the heavy metal influences of Deceivers. The riffs are as infectious and thrashy as ever, and Elisa manages to deliver both some of her most extreme harsh vocals and campiest 80s cleans to date. Lots of killer tracks here in Dream Stealer, Don't Look Down, Paper Tiger, and Liars and Thieves, even getting some Judas Priest vibes at times. I don't love it start to finish as much as Deceivers, but it's definitely a good time. Then there's Cult of Fire with The One Who Is Made of Smoke. Now, I'm not sure that this Czechia band will ever top their 2013 album Ascetic Meditation of Death in my book, but this 5th record, their first in 5 years, once more begs the rest of black metal to step up their game. Awash in Eastern instruments and themes, it's another stirring, meditative, ritualistic journey. Truly enchanting stuff, from the haunting chanting to the occasional implementation of sitar in union with the usual black metal tropes. I also love how heavy they get with doom. That touch of having the vocals growl in tandem with the guitar part comes right up to the line of being silly, but instead managed to just put a delighted smile on my face. Then we have Cabal with Everything Rots. Album 4 from this Danish deathcore band that seriously caught my attention with the dark and punishing Mark of Rot back in 2018. Feeling the nihilism of the debut while maybe taking some tips from the electronic elements of bands like Darko, especially on Snake Tongue. I didn't know that what I needed in my life was a deathcore rave, but bring on the glow sticks. Generally, though, this is highly aggressive and sticks mostly to the hallmarks of the early days of the genre as opposed to frequently glossier modern elements. Plenty of great guest spots on the album as well from members of Viscera, Distant, and much more. Underrated band. Then we have Deaf Heaven with Lonely People with Power. Now, I know that I may come off as a hater of this band sometimes, especially since I've never worshipped Sunbather, but I have enjoyed moments from them over the years, particularly New Bermuda, and I feel very happy saying that this latest album completely blew me away. This feels like the culmination of the lessons learned over the past few albums, with both the black metal elements sounding as sharp and icy as ever, as well as the shoegaze parts going toe-to-toe with the classics in the genre. Every song is damn near a 10 for me, no lulls, no filler, just a front-to-back epic of an album.
Goddamn right.
Alright, before I get to my favorite pick of the month, we have some okay stuff and also some not so okay stuff, but starting with the okay, we have Spirit World with Hell Dorado.
There's nothing left, nothing left. In this world, just a pestilence. Sorrow and misery.
Album 3 from this unique fusion of crossover thrash with western styles and themes out of Las Vegas. Gimmicks aside though, there are just some fun headbangers on here like No Vacancy in Heaven, Waiting for the Reaper, and Western Stars and the Apocalypse, and frankly I find myself enjoying those tracks way more. I'd like to see them find more effective ways to fuse the best elements both more seamlessly in the future instead of coming off as corny in many places. I felt like on this album, like some of the more westerny stuff just didn't do it for me this time around. I was pretty stoked for it, and yeah, no, it kind of let me down. We also have Crown Magnetar with Punishment. The latest from this punishing technical deathcore crew. I had some people upset with me ranking the previous LP pretty low that year, agreeing that it was supremely heavy but not finding much value beyond that, and unfortunately, I still stand by that with this release. Crushing stuff that made for a solid listen, but barely a note of it stuck with me afterwards. Like, honestly, as I'm talking about it now, I don't remember a damn note from this thing. Then we have Titan Blood with From the Visceral Abyss. This is probably going to be my piss grave of the month in that everyone in the comments loves it, but I didn't. Their fourth and highly anticipated album from the Spanish black and death metal crew. Again, I love dark, angry, chaotic music like Adversarial, Abyssal, Malthusian, and Portal, but for whatever reason, this just wasn't really doing it for me. There are definitely sections that had me doing like the triggered Ethan Klein face, but as a whole, I didn't necessarily see myself going back to it. We also have Throne with That Who Sat Upon Him Was Death. Solid second album from this Michigan death metal crew, very reminiscent of Suffocation. They caught my attention with the battering opener Disentombed, and there are plenty of other great moments spread throughout, but again, the problem is I don't think that they always do what they do well enough to overcome the "this has always been done before" threshold for me personally. We also have A Day to Remember with Big Ol' Album Volume 1.
No weapon formed against me shall prosper. My will is stronger.
Generally nice to have these guys back, especially since it's been a while, and You're Welcome was hot trash. It's been a while since I disliked an album that much from a band that I generally enjoy so much, but I really wish they'd just go back to the perfect balance that they had of metalcore and pop punk. It seems like kind of an identity crisis right now. The experimentation doesn't always pan out, but there are some really solid tracks here, and I think it's a step up. You can check out my tier list for these guys as well. We also have Alien Weaponry with Terra. I see some going gaga over this band, but I wasn't thrilled about the last release, and I'm not exactly stoked about this one either. Some cool stuff going on here with the vocals and more tribal drumming, but overall I'm just getting a lesser fusion of like Seven Dust and Soulfly without the same level of engagement I generally get with both of those bands. There's also Wombbath with Beyond the Abyss. Album 6 for this Swedish band that has been releasing records since 1993. I've always enjoyed them, but rarely loved them. It's just one of those bands that kind of gets lost in shuffle most days, but whenever the name comes up, I'm like, oh yeah, they have some good stuff, I should check out the new one. This album pretty much continues that trend, solid if rarely noteworthy 90s style Swedish death metal. Then there's Bloodywood with New Delhi. I really want this band to succeed because I love what they're doing with this fusion of new metal with this more kind of like Indian aesthetic and like traditional music from that region. But a lot of it just comes off as like, even me, somebody who loves Limp Bizkit and stuff like that. A lot of this just comes off as supremely corny for me, especially the rap parts. Like I just don't care for those. And again, I love plenty of new metal that has rap in it and that is corny in its own right, but sometimes it's just a bridge too far for me.
Prove me wrong, kids. Prove me wrong.
Then we have Body Box with 3. The debut album from this Florida death metal, deathcore, hardcore fusion, and I have similar thoughts as with Crown Magnetar. Super heavy, fun listen, also love that crazy snare tone. It just gets kind of repetitive and forgettable despite being only 23 minutes. We also have Drutk with Shadowplay. 13 albums in for this Ukrainian black metal band, and honestly, I have never fully understood the appeal. I briefly got into Autumn Aurora, but since then, I feel kind of like I got everything that they have to offer from that early stuff. Very slow, plotting, and repetitive, and it's not just the fact that it's not really my style, as there are other bands that do a similar kind of thing and manage to maintain my attention, like Winterfelleth and Wolves in the Throne Room. And then there's Under Oath with The Place After This one. As I said in my tier list of their discography, the best words I can use to describe this album are confusing and whiplash. There are some parts that go really hard and just really get me in the right way, especially Generation No Surrender, but there's also a lot of experimentation that, while I respect it and find it thought-provoking, I don't always find it makes for as an enjoyable experience. Definitely better than Erase Me, but not as good as Voyeurist, though it is kind of growing on me with time, so we'll see.
No! Yes! I don't know!
Worst albums of the month. I have 2. The first one is Lordi with Limited Edition.
On winter mornings you can hear her steps up in the attic where her body was found later.
I just realized how awful that title is too. Ugh, it makes me want to throw up just saying it. Speaking of corny, yeah, these guys are the definition of that. I really can't stand the vocals. Don't get me wrong, I'm down for some classic 80s metal complete with cheesy upbeat synths, but this just ain't it. And then the other one is Memphis May Fire with Shapeshifter.
I think I cry chaotic. I don't taste the pain when I start neurotic.
Now, I remember vaguely enjoying this metalcore band back when Challenger came out in 2012, but since then they have become one of the poster boys of octanecore, which is just not my jam. Some of the heavier moments on the singles had me intrigued, especially the title track, but ultimately the, again, cheesy, overly glossy energy of tracks like Chaotic and full-on Imagine Dragons core energy of others like Infection continue to turn me away. Major bummer. I was kind of hoping I would enjoy this one. I don't root for bands to fail. And they probably won't, because this style is vastly popular, but yeah, for me, I kind of thought it sucked.
No, sir, I don't like it.
All right, but my favorite metal album of the month, and this should go as no surprise to people who have like been paying attention to the channel and know my taste, because this is like, I would venture to say maybe my favorite band of present day, and that is Imperial Triumphant with Gold Star. one of my most anticipated releases of the year by far from this jazz-infused technical black metal, death metal trio now going for round 6. And fortunately, it once more is among their best with this surprisingly concise 38-minute runtime, challenging them to offer something a bit more accessible while still being as experimental as ever, delving into everything from Brazilian maracatu to African gnawa music. And then you've got Thomas Hake of Meshuggah returning to guest, as does new collaborator Dave Lombardo. Another utter masterpiece from one of my favorite bands putting out music today. Any album vying for a slot for my best album of the year is going to have to go trial by combat against this one at this point.
Hey kids, it's time to...
These are my favorite and some not so favorite metal albums of April 2025, starting with Cytotoxin with Biographite. Album 5 for this German tech death band that's been reigning in radiation since 2010, and they continue to show no signs of slowing down. Another absolute rager of a record, expertly fusing flashy noodling with highly infectious grooves. Some might ask how much mileage you can really get out of a Chernobyl gimmick, but it seems like the answer is still, we're not even sure yet. Total ripper with some seriously jaw-dropping tracks like Transition of the Staring Dead, Behind Armored Doors, and Eventless Horizon. Then we have Warfield with The Old Breed. The trend of solid new thrash metal continues with the sophomore effort from this German band, following very much in the vein of early Sodom. More highly infectious riffing with a great mix of full speed ahead ragers and rebellious groove. Some truly venomous vocals on this thing complete the full package, and the additional gang vocals on Fragmentation are always a nice touch as well. And certain tracks like Inhibition Atrophy also give me some Gothenburg vibes a la At the Gates. Next up is Lick with Necro. The fourth album from this Swedish death metal band, very much following in the footsteps of forerunner peers like Dismember, Bloodbath, and Entombed. If you know them already, you know what to expect. They're one of those bands that unapologetically goes for that classic HM2 old school sound, nothing more, nothing less. And fortunately, they bring the riffs and intensity such that it somehow never really gets boring. They know how to add songs to the catalog that are very familiar yet still stand on their own. Stellar hooks, production like a buzzsaw in a cavern, and some seriously vicious vocal moments on tracks like Morgrat make this a must-listen for death metal fans. Then we have Dormant Ordeal with Tooth and Nail. This Polish blackened death metal band has been around since 2005, with this now their fourth full-length album. I'd describe their sound as somewhere between mid-career behemoths, Fart Crown, and Nile. Love the sense of atmosphere in combination with the standout performances on tracks like Halo of Bones. Plenty of great guitar work and very Nurgle-esque imposing vocals, but frequently it's the drumming that steals the show. I actually was not previously familiar with this band, but leave it to Willowtip to continue to deliver the goods. Then we have Elovati with Anu. The Swiss folk metalers have returned with their 9th album, and while I've been less of a fan of their material since Anna Murphy's exit, this feels like a real return to form. Songs like Premonition, The Prodigal Ones, and Awin definitely caught my attention, bringing back my favorite side of the band in the infectious folk instrumentation, heavier elements, and clean vocals all seemingly in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, the softer moments are also much stronger here, foregoing the more pop sensibilities of the previous album in exchange for something much more breathtaking, namely perhaps Fabien's strongest vocal performance yet on Anu. This album very much impressed and even surprised me in just how consistent and dynamically flowing it is from front to back. Check out the tier list for more thoughts. Then we have Impious Throne with Suffering. This is the second album from this US solo black and death metal act, and it really caught my attention with a raw, aggressive sound. The cardboard kick drum and jangly guitars give off such a delicious blasphemy reminiscent of Adversarial as well as early Belphegor and Gorgoroth. This is another good example of bad production done right. It really complements the overall sense of filth and violence. I picture hundreds of slimy demons clawing the dam to pieces in a flurry of blood and bone fragments, or as my daughter would say,
They sound like gremlins.
Then we have Kardashev with Alunier. The gang is back for round 3 of their unique blend of self-described death gaze that is equal parts anger and sorrow. Vocalist Mark Garrett describes this outing as more experimental and progressive this time around, and the results are as stunning as ever. Furthermore, those familiar with the band should find it no surprise that Mark sounds impeccable in his harsh and clean vocals alike, but he has truly outdone himself with this one. He's like an angel and demon rolled into one. I can't think of anyone else in metal right now that I enjoy at his level. Next up is Acherontis with Nekia, the Necromantic Patterns. The Greek black metalers return with their 10th full-length album since their formation in 1996, and described as a ceremonial odyssey through the labyrinth corridors of death and rebirth, this opus embodies the sacred rites of dissolution and ascension, invoking the wisdom of the ancients and the spectral echoes of forgotten aeons. Stylistically, I do consider them to be a cut above the rest, appealing to the same side of me that enjoys the ensorceling atmosphere of other groups like Oculus, Nightbringer, and Shamash, even if tracks often feel a bit too dragged out for me. But patience is often rewarded with a few more explosive moments on the likes of Venomous Ascension and the Crimson Litany, and at only 7 tracks, it gives each a bit more room to breathe. Next up is Exterminatus with Echoes from a Distant Star Part 1. A little Warhammer 40k themed progressive death metal for you with this Canadian band's 3rd album. And in spite of the band's impressive technicality and often expansive sounding songwriting, it comes in a very tight package. They had me hooked within the first few seconds. Comparable to bands like Equipoise, The Ritual Aura, and The Faceless in that melding of complexity and accessibility. Also, I didn't know that I needed a death metal cover of Rock Me Amadeus, but who am I to say no to that? Next up is Buried Realm with The Dormant Darkness. Album number 4 for this Canadian progressive and melodic death metal project that combines all of my favorite parts of that genre, and virtually all of it provided by incredibly talented musician Josh Dummer. Dummer? Guitar hooks for days, big atmosphere in the production, constantly engaging songwriting, and I'm always down for a feature from Soilworks' Bjorn Strid. Christian Alvestam of many projects, including formerly Scar Symmetry, also makes a few appearances, as do drummer Heike Sari of Norther and Fintroll, Francesco Farini of Flesh God Apocalypse, and Gus G of Firewind, Dream Evil, and Night Rage. Guitarists particularly rejoice at this one, but really this is the full package for anyone who enjoys the genre. We also have Deserted Fear with Veins of Fire. Some more strong melodic death metal from this German band, formed in 2007, now on their 6th record. Highly recommended to fans of Soilwork, again, particularly albums like Natural Born Chaos. They really know how to bring a similar flavor to both the riffs and harsh vocals. Maybe throw in some comparisons to Dark Tranquillity and the Halo Effect as well, minus the clean vocals. Just a really solid, chilling album with lots of throwback vibes. It reminds me of like 2002 or so, when I was first spending a lot of time listening to the Gothenburg classics. Then we have Eyes with Spinner. This Norwegian crew back with their 3rd album, now signed to Prosthetic Records and sounding heavier than ever. I'd place their sound somewhere between Every Time I Die, Botch, and These Arms Are Snakes, utilizing pure hardcore aggression with metal and noise influences alike. tons of foot-tapping rhythms and riffs packed into a lean and mean 25 minutes. I've been loving following these guys because they really tap into a sound that you don't hear much anymore, as if its 2000s heyday never ended. Next up is Employed to Serve with Fallen Star. Album 5 from this UK metalcore band I've been enjoying since 2019's Eternal Forward Motion. And while it was largely the unbridled hardcore aggression of that album that drew me in, it's been interesting to hear them evolve in an increasingly more melodic direction in surprising ways. This continues the trajectory of conquering while taking bigger risks that I genuinely was not expecting. And that even extends to how they incorporate guest spots from Will Ramos, Killswitch Engage's Jesse Leach, and Svalbard's Serena Cherry. Side note though, I do not really care for Will's singing voice on this. We also have Thornhill with Bodies. If you love Deftones as much as I do, you're gonna love this third album from the Australian band. It's exactly the chill, drifting on a cloud kind of listen I was looking for this month to break up the heavier stuff, though also with plenty of fun rager moments of its own. I've heard some make comparisons to Loathe as well, but I'd argue that this record leans far more into the pure qualities of the Deftone sound as opposed to fusing in the more overtly metalcore aspects. The only track I don't care much for is Crush, but the rest feels like the perfect soundtrack to transitioning into warmer weather, and I'd say it's their best record so far. Then we have Wretched Blessing with Psychic Barriers to Entry. This duo featuring Ray Amate of Immortal Bird and Kehan Vatsiril of Yautja feels like the perfect melding of both of those bands in a dark cauldron of death metal, hardcore, and sludge. The vocals pack a punch, and there's also quite a bit of atmosphere to soak in, especially on tracks like The Big Rip. Definitely also comparisons here to the likes of Primitive Man and Lord Mantis, but with their own chilling spin. Another deep chasm of misery, despair, and by their own description, massive doses of existential dread. We also have Epica with A Spiral. This band pretty much single-handedly finally got me into symphonic metal with the Epic Omega, and now 4 years later they've managed to match that same level of quality with this 9th outing. They've truly outdone themselves with some of their most impressive arrangements to date in the likes of Cross the Divide, Arcana, Apparition, and Time. Seriously dynamic songwriting that is both complex and incredibly catchy, and with stunning performances across the board from Simone's always incredible singing to the symphonic additions to maybe some of their most fun and memorable guitar work to date. Another one you can check out my tier list for ranking all their albums. We also have Changeling with Changeling. Fronted by Tom Geldschlager of many projects including Obscura and Defeated Sanity, and backed by members of Fear Factory, Alkaloid, and Virvumus, as well as a 50-piece ensemble of guest musicians, this was a late addition to the list but came highly recommended in the comments. Very cool album that ends up taking some pretty surprising twists and turns. Of the bands mentioned, this most reminds me of Alkaloid with its penchant for the dramatic, but at the same time, this does plenty to stand out on its own as a very unique progressive outing. Before I get to my favorite pick of the month, we've got some honorable mentions here, starting with Cancer with Inverted World. I really enjoyed digging into this classic UK death metal band's early material in the 90s tier list, especially 1993's The Sins of Mankind. This album took a few more spins to get into, but I did enjoy it. I just didn't love it and don't feel especially compelled to go back to it now that I've spent enough time with it for the tier list. Then there's Fractal Universe with The Great Filters. Really enjoyed this French progressive metal band's previous album, The Impassable Horizon, earning some comparisons to the likes of Opeth. This fourth record, I just couldn't get into as much. Some of it is the songwriting, some of it's the vocals, but it's still worth a listen at least. Then In the Woods with Otra. Album 7 for this often less discussed Norwegian metal band that has been around since the genre's formation, but similar to groups like Borknagar, Enslaved, Ulver, and Ishan, have far expanded beyond the genre's original confines. This album very much has a flair for the dramatic with its clean vocals and cinematic vibes, but isn't above bringing some earworm riffs and sparing black metal snarls as well. Unfortunately, I personally just don't find the actual songs very interesting here, despite being a big fan of all the other bands I mentioned. We also have Bleed From Within with Zenith. Another 7th album, this one from the Scottish metalcore band formed in 2005, and another one that despite being deeply into metalcore at that time, I have just never gotten into over the years, and this one didn't really change my mind. I give them a lot of credit as it seems like they put a lot of effort into this record, and it definitely sounds better than a lot of the modern assembly line crap out there, not to mention guest spots from Josh Middleton and even Brand Daler. At the same time, the songs again just didn't strike me as something I'd remember even a week from now, and I again just didn't really connect with it. Ugh, this one was disappointing. Within Destruction with Animetal.
What have you done?
So look, I've been a big fan of these guys since their deathcore days with the likes of Void and Deathwish, and even when some of those old fans scoffed at some of the more melodic metalcore turns with Yokai and Lotus, I still enjoyed it. But this one might be a bridge too far even for me. It stumbles past some of the clear self-awareness and charm into octane core territory, and while catchy at times, more often than not it feels a little bland. We already have anime metal. It's called baby metal. There's also Hate Forest with Against All Odds. Another 7th album, this from the Ukrainian black metal band formed in 1995, and honestly, for another very by-the-numbers release, it hit pretty hard. Definitely all ideas you've heard before, but executed effectively enough that I can feel the frostbite of the blizzard-like atmosphere, and certain riffs and rhythms genuinely got me bobbing my head, not to mention the vocals are truly bestial and at times downright death metal. It can get a little repetitive, but here in a more hypnotic way akin to early Darkthrone. Then there's Benediction with Ravage of Empires. Another legacy death metal act with a new album this month, but I have to say that of all the classic bands from the early days of the genre, Benediction is one that has interested me not so much. And while this album is full of perfectly listenable old school death metal with an emphasis on groove and D-beats, it all feels very quaint in comparison to not only the landscape of innovative modern bands out there like Ulcerate, but also albums from other legacy acts like Carcass and Cannibal Corpse, maybe slightly better than that Deicide album from last year. Another kind of disappointing one, Heavy Heavy Low Low with Pain Olympics. The return of this highly influential California mathcore band for their first full length since 2008, but hard to really call it that when it's only 17 minutes, but that can be kind of par for the course when it comes to this genre. Definitely tickles that part of my brain that was listening to a ton of this weird and sassy stuff back in the mid-2000s, but at the same time, not a lot of it really stuck with me. Another big disappointment, Ghost with Skeletor. As someone who loved Impura and has generally enjoyed most of the albums, this was just such a letdown. Two really great singles in Lacrima and Satanize, but outside of that, I was pretty lukewarm on the rest. Another one where you can check out my tier list for my thoughts in full on this album as well as the rest of the discography. Worst album of the month, and this may come as no surprise to regular viewers of the channel, it goes to Machine Head with Unatoned.
Oh god, how embarrassing.
Now, as I said in my much requested album tier list for this band, I have never understood people that ride for this band, and this album just did not really help with that. Rob Flynn is a total cringe lord pushing 60, but still writes like he is 16. Is it the worst thing ever? Not even close. It even has its moments, and it's not even their worst record, but anything decent on this album you can find done much better elsewhere. Alright, we're coming up on my favorite metal album of the month, but reminder, if you're enjoying the video, hit the like button. Also, comment below your favorites and where do you agree, where do you disagree too. There may be some stuff that I did not like at all that you loved, and hey, wave that flag. This is all subjective anyways. But my favorite of the month goes to Allegiant with the Ossuary Lens. The 7th album from this Colorado technical and progressive death metal band, and the first in 10 years with returning original vocalist. And I know I said that the last one felt like their best to date, but I think that they've managed to top themselves yet again with this one. Far from the more Opeth-influenced sounds of Damnum, this is a full fury tech death marvel. There are still some moody, clean moments as with single Driftwood, but it's largely full-on ragers like the Swarm, Imperial, and Dark Matter dynamics that I'm after. Even the acoustic moments go hard as hell on this one.
Rap, metal, rap, metal, Whitney Houston.
It's for my girlfriend, okay?
Sure it is.
These are my favorite and least favorite metal albums from May 2025, starting with The Haunted, with Songs of Last Resort. The 10th album from the Swedish groove metal band, formed out of the original ashes of At the Gates after Slaughter of the Soul. And since Marco's return with Exit Wounds, they continue now a 3-record hot streak that takes me back to many a day listening to One Kill Wonder and Made Me Do It. So many more hook-heavy slappers here in the likes of Warhead, Death to the Crown, Through the Fire, and more. If you dig Gothenburg melodeath riffs fused with thrash and some bluesy groove, definitely spin this one. Next up is Eschaton with Tectalitarian. The 3rd record from this tech death supergroup made up of current and former members of Obscura, Necrophagist, Inanimate Existence, Apogean, and Retromorphosis. Always happy to see Max Smith on vocals, and he is backed here by some truly dizzying and mind-boggling guitar work. Frankly, sometimes the musicianship here is too much, even for me, but it's always impressive, and anytime it could become overwhelming, it knows just when to settle into a surprise transition or tasty groove. If you raved about Retromorphosis earlier this year, I think this album may be even better. Another nice tribute to Trevor Strand as well. Then we have And Oceans with the Regeneration Itinerary. 30 years into their career, and this Finnish band is still delivering some incredible work. I'll admit that I must have been the only one who didn't care much for As in Gardens, So in Tombs, but this one struck me as far more dynamic and interesting. Such incredibly triumphant sounding material here, from the guitars and drums to the massive production, and the eclectic approach to the synth gives it a bit more of that Ishan energy as well. Then we have Pewtereon with Mountains of Madness. Album 5 for this Lovecraft-inspired Swedish death metal band formed in 2008, this time tackling the story of the same name. And I gotta say, how the heck have I never heard of these guys in the midst of the OSDM revival, because they are so much more interesting than half the bands I hear about endlessly. Such fury and actual character to these vocals, bringing a real personality and drama to the music, reminds me a bit of early Deicide. And while they do, of course, bring those walls of HM2 distortion, it feels more of a well-implemented tool than a crutch holding up another copy-paste of old ideas. Next up is Low Before the Breeze with A Hole Beneath the Home We Shared. A truly chilling mix of noise, post-hardcore, and a touch of death and black metal made even darker with themes of trauma and loss. This truly is an open wound of an album bearing the singer's soul, warts and all. It's another one of those records that in the past I've compared to watching Requiem for a Dream. An incredible experience and impactful piece of art, but one that I can only stomach its deep well of misery every few years.
I love you, Harry. I love you too, Mom.
Next up is Your Spirit Dies with My Gnawing Pains Will Never Rest. The debut from this South Carolina metalcore crew that sound like they recorded this back in 2000 with Trustkill Records. Hearing elements of everything from Poison the Well and Shai Hulud to God Forbid. This was the golden era of metalcore long before Eyeliner and Hairspray or Gent took over. Just those pure hardcore vocals, raging D-beats, panic chords, and plenty of fun palm-muted riffing. Excellent listen. Next up is Ghostbath with Rose Thorn Necklace. The return of this North Dakota band with album 5 after really wowing me with the more dark, depressive turn of 2021's appropriately titled Self-Loather. This album continues that more overtly black metal trajectory while also continuing to experiment with unique atmospheric elements, especially on tracks like Stamen and Pastille. It really has been satisfying to see this band prove themselves as a project dedicated to growing in its craft and being far more than the gimmick that they were once accused of being. The compositions here are lush and lovely as they are grim and forlorn, kind of like black metal's answer to The Cure. I was shocked to see how low the fan ratings are on Metal Storm for this album right now, so if you also enjoyed it, please go over there and put your own scores to rise this up, because I think it deserves it.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong.
Then there's Ominous Ruin with Requiem. The second full length from this tech death band formed in the Bay Area in 2010, and their first with new vocalist Crystal Rose. Definitely getting vibes of Inanimate Existence, Archspire, and especially Entheos. Super fun modern tech, but with some progressive and atmospheric moments in there for good measure. Very talented crew. I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing their name come up more in the future. Then there's Solfataire with Asservi par l'espoir. French is hard, so another time where I have no idea if I got even close. But the debut album from this Brussels black metal band spewing pure fire and brimstone. French is known as a romantic language, but here it somehow sounds more evil than anything could ever in English. Definitely some parallels worth drawing here to everything from Shamash to Deathspell Omega. I'm not sure if it stands out enough that I'll remember it a few months from now, but it's damn good black metal nonetheless. Then there's Bragging Rights with A Personal Curse. Another album from this UK project that has been really pushing out material lately. Think early Gojira, especially in the hooks on tracks like A Burial for Giants and Ditch Digger, but also with some pretty hefty sludge undertones as well, big walls of sound, and a lot of unbridled angst. I still think that the main thing holding the music back from taking the next big step is better production and mixing, something that would really capture the great expanse I think it's capable of filling. But even with some of those shortcomings, it's well worth a listen if you like angry, sludgy, progressive music. Then there's Shed the Skin with The Carnage Casts Shadows. Album 5 also for this Cleveland death metal band that I recalled enjoying with their debut album Harrowing Faith in the early days of Metal Trenches. Pure old school flavor here with the D-beats, speed, and thrash metal influenced riffs and gurgly vocals. And to their credit, they still managed to squeeze some juice out of an old format with pretty catchy hooks on the likes of Crook of the Sacred Skies, plenty of earworm riffs and general energy to keep me engaged and frequently banging my head right here in this office chair. There's also Ossuary with Abhorrent Worship. Another one for my Lord Mantis enjoyers out there that just want something filthy, sickening, and sludgy. The debut full-length from this Madison, Wisconsin band who already impressed me with their early demos, but really put it all on the line with this one. Fans of gnarly old school death metal and raw bestial black metal alike should find plenty to enjoy here. I listen to this and picture waves of thick pulpy sewage engulfing Hollywood Boulevard or Fifth Avenue with a disturbed smile on my face. Then there's Fall 50 Feet with Counterfeit Recollections. More fusions of very 2000s era metalcore, mathcore, and post-hardcore from this West Virginia band. They give me notes of everything from Every Time I Die and the Dillinger Escape Plan to the Callous Dowboys. I already very much enjoyed 2021's Twisted World Perspective, and this is a more than worthy follow-up with lots of variety on display. Add some killer guest spots, including Jack Murray of 156 Silence, and additional artwork by Zombie Shark's Corey Swope, who also did the art for Metal Trench's merch line. Put that all together and you've got quite the package here. By the way, little aside, if you want to, there is a merch link you can get some stuff here, but even if you're not doing that, be sure to hit the like button if you're enjoying the video, and comment below your favorites and least favorites from the month, because that helps the video in the algorithm. But, moving on, we have Weeping Sores with the Convalescence Agonies. I actually interviewed Doug Moore, also of Piran and Seputus, back when the previous album from this Death Doom project dropped back in 2017. So it was extra interesting to read in the press release how this new record was a 5-year journey after injuring his shoulder in 2018 to the point of being unable to play guitar. And during this healing process, among other things, he, and I quote, became a completely different person over the course of its creation. I already greatly praised Doug's work on the latest Piran record last year, but this is a completely different creative outlet, mixing the slower pacing with interesting use of keyboard, cello, and banjo alongside his usual demented screams. And within the context, I feel like there is a serious bearing of the soul on this record that even I, a general Doom hater, can 100% appreciate. Oh god, here we go. Alright. We have Viljarta with Der Skogen Djunga und Evigatens Grana, or Where the Forest Sings Under the Eternal Spruce Trees. The third, Thunderous Threnody of Thal, from this Swedish band. I'm very proud of that, by the way. And this is the first time that I kept finding myself coming back to it. Where past releases have found me, frankly, kind of bored and waiting for it to be over with, this one feels like it has more layers to peel back and standout moments, like those venomously enunciated snarls and rolled R's that show up a little over the third of the way into Sargasso. And also on that note, I am loving the sparing use of clean vocals, seemingly more dynamic songwriting, and increased focus of the less than an hour runtime after the seemingly endless 80 minutes of the last record. In addition to Sargasso, I'm also partial to Yiva, Der Mosen Molter Havet, and Regnet Thee. Next up is Behemoth with The Shit of God. A little bit surprised that this made the list after being kind of underwhelmed with their albums post The Satanist, and also hearing that album title, but I think that this may be the closest they've come to matching that album since. And with a consistently powerful and focused 8 tracks displaying some serious quality over quantity, the choir elements in particular really add to the scope.
We are the shit of God.
Again, yeah, the album title is pretty corny, and I agree with the memes about it, but frankly, Nurgle won me over with his delivery, and I think that this is some of his strongest vocal work in a long time. Not a dull moment here, great mix of atmosphere, bitterness, and pure aggression. It really does feel like we are back on track with this one. And also, another note on the title, I do have to admit, like, in the US, that's kind of old hat saying stuff like that, but in Poland, considering Nurgle is still frequently having to deal with like charges and lawsuits related to blasphemy charges, like it kind of makes sense.
Are we still being formal? Please just call me Satan.
No, I am Satan.
I am Satan.
I am Satan. I am Satan.
But next up we have Full of Hell with Broken Sword, Rotten Shield. Another new EP from this seemingly restless New England extreme metal band, and as always toying with elements of everything from grindcore, grunge, and doom to electronic music and ambient. I don't always love everything that this group puts out, but I am absolutely always excited to hear it and end up walking away feeling like I heard something fresh, and that continues to be the case with this new 15 minutes. We also have Vader with Humanihility. It may only be 3 tracks, but it's always a good time for this classic death thrash band, completing a trifecta of big Polish groups this month. We'll get to the last one in a bit. If you know Vader, you know the game. If not, expect total carnage. There's just something about the union of these thrash riffs with Peter's unmistakable, one-of-a-kind bark, grumble, grunts, whatever word you choose to describe it, it's truly timeless and never gets old for me. We also have Rivers of Nile with Rivers of Nile. This 5th full-length album from these progressive death metal darlings feels like a compromise between the sounds of the last 2 albums for me, and it's also their first album to not feature longtime vocalist Jake Diffenbach, with bassist Adam Biggs taking over on those duties, and frankly, I think he kills it. Some truly venomous snarls alternated by more highly infectious cleans on foot-tapping opener Suborbital Blues. Tons of great songs on both the death metal and more pure progressive metal side of things, making for quite the dynamic experience. Overall, another strong outing. It feels a little tighter and more consistent than the work, but maybe less experimental. Alright, before I get to my favorite pick of the month, here are some honorable mentions. We have Misfire with Product of the Environment. Very strong outing from the Chicago thrash metal band with plenty of riffs and attitude. It didn't quite rise to the level of Warborn or Doomsday for me from last month, but it's a consistently good time. Alright, again, our third Polish band, we have Hate with Bellum Regis. Album after album, I root for this Polish black and death metal band to put out that album that really floors me, but unfortunately they continue to mostly feel like Behemoth Light for me, though to be fair, Behemoth has also felt like Behemoth Light for a few years now. Solid enough listen, but nothing about it really grips or sticks with me. There's also War Moon Lord with Sacrosanct Demonopathy. Solid Finnish black metal with more than a little old school Emperor vibe to it. It's their third album, and I feel like I can hear the growth despite them largely having a sound that they want to stick with. Right down to the production, this is pure 90s vibes done very well. There's also Onslaught with Origins of Aggression. Formed all the way back in 1982, this is surprisingly only the UK thrash metal band's 9th album, but then again, they had the wisdom beyond their peers to skip the 90s. Jokes aside, in spite of their age, this is another case of a legacy band digging deep to bring that youthful angst and fury. There's also Midnight with Steel, Rust, and Disgust. Fun collection of covers here from this Cleveland blackened speed metal band, as well as one new original song. Very old school punk rock energy, fun time. Then there's Nightfall with Children of Eve. Very solid album from this Greek black and death metal band, recommended to fans of Rotting Christ in particular, but also Amon Amarth at times. It was a little bit one and done for me, but definitely worthy of a spin regardless. Then there's Poison the Preacher with Versus the World. More fun thrash metal this month, this time out of Colombia. Loving the rebellious crossover energy comparable to the likes of Municipal Waste, aided by a guest spot from Dead Heat, but also a decidedly death metal turn from Sanguisugabog. Then there's Chapang with Giappa. Some very solid grindcore out of New York, but with sounds inspired by Nepal. I'm extremely picky with this genre, so while it made for a good listen, it didn't necessarily inspire me to buy it. There's also Bury Tomorrow with Will You Haunt Me with that same patience. The 8th album from this UK metalcore band that I've been enjoying since 2018's Black Flame, but they've been putting out records since 2009. I especially enjoyed the implementation of new clean vocalist and keyboardist Tom Prendergast on The Seventh Son 2 years ago. This album, though, took on a bit too much of an octane-core slant for me, especially on tracks like Wasteland and Silence Isn't Helping Us, but it has its better moments like Waiting too. I really expected this to end up on my best of list, but just fell short for me. Kind of disappointing. There's also Larcinia Row with Extraction. On paper, this seems like an album I should love, and I'm still not exactly sure why I didn't. The emphasis of this North Carolina deathcore crew is definitely on the admittedly demented vocals, which is both what hooked me initially and ultimately kept me around. But outside of that, I'm just not sure what else they really have to offer. The instrumentation is about as boilerplate as it comes, but I hear that they are crazy live, and I could definitely see enjoying it more in that context. More metalcore, we have Novelists with Coda. Another fairly bland and forgettable release this month from this French band. Strong vocals from Camille Contreras, with this being her first full-length outing with the band, but the songwriting, again, is just kind of mostly passable. The one interesting track that stuck out to me was Maldición de la Bruja, though it kind of feels out of place in the track listing. And we also have Sleep Token with Only in Arcadia.
I've got soul of lesbian, dead gun, space dance for your viewers, dark days for your solstice.
Now, I fully expected this to end up on the worst list after not much caring for the previous album at all. I've been kind of a long-time hater of this band, but I mostly enjoyed this one.
I am shocked and chagrined.
It's even less metal than the previous outing, but I think that works in its favor. Gone are most of the bland, repetitious sections of generic gent, as well as the really corny and cringe moments, although it's arguable. I see some people saying they feel that way about this one. But here I think it's all in favor of just really solid and better flowing pop tracks, punctuated by some occasional explosive Deftones riffs, digging the math rock guitars on Gethsemane in particular. And honestly, there was no worst album that I listened to this month, although speaking of octane core, that President's single and the attention it's getting is kind of making me ill.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
But my favorite album of the month, and this probably goes as no surprise again to longtime viewers, goes to the Callous Cowboys with I Don't Want to See You in Heaven.
Why all the contractors? Why say what's left to sell? Make blocks for the sharper priority.
One of my favorite modern day bands, and they have yet to put out something that I didn't consider to be at least close to a 10 out of 10. And once more, their eclectic mix of influences from the Dillinger Escape Plan to Deftones and 2000s emo makes for an absolutely thrilling listen.
So if one takes your day out, it'll do before the burnout. I'll swim upstream again.
Insane mathcore breakdowns give way to smooth jazz with saxophone, and joking at the beginning of the music video about the lack of heavy parts on Lemon aside, I love that song and can't stop dancing to the very Enrique Iglesias-coded acoustic guitar. Lots of the Number 12 Looks Like You, Worse Than Alone vibes on this one for sure, but really they have just continued to mature and expand and get wild with it, and it just always works for me.
Play that song again.
These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of June 2025, starting with Cryptopsy with An Insatiable Violence. The 9th full-length album from this long-time-running and highly influential Canadian technical death metal band, following up the fantastic As Gomorrah Burns in 2023. And while that was a tough act to follow, I think that this album mostly delivers on the same promise of high-octane brutal madness. Some serious riffs and drumming all over this record with very little downtime in its once more tight 34-minute package. And then some great notes of dark atmosphere that stuck with me as well on the likes of Our Great Deception, Embrace the Nihility, and closer Malicious Needs. Then we have Valdrin with Apex Violator. I was just singing the praises of this Ohio black metal band's 2023 album, Throne of the Lunar Soul, on the Best of the Decade So Far list, and once more they do not disappoint with this fifth outing delivering supreme atmosphere that is at once entrancing and menacing. More incredible performances and carefully woven songwriting across the board, from the guitars and vocals to the synths, and as a counterpoint to the last record's more expansive hour and 13-minute runtime, this one goes for the throat with an incredibly focused 30.
Less is more.
Next up is Gruesome with Silent Echoes. This death-worshipping band fully taking on the Human era with this third full length, and I think that they absolutely killed it. Lots of killer tunes here, awash in technical and progressive directions like Condemned Identity, as well as the slower and more ominous atmosphere of A Darkened Window. Plenty of great moments throughout, like the little "a mind torn apart" vocal part on Shards, all of the great pace changes on Reason Denied, and the little synth opening of instrumental Voice Within the Void. Really feeling this album, which is a little ironic since I famously don't love Human. This actually scratches more of the itch of my personal favorite individual thought patterns. Then there's Sodom with The Arsonist. Over 40 years into their career, and this German thrash band is still finding ways to keep the fire of their legacy lit. Tons of killer high-energy tracks here, backed with great riffs like Trigger Discipline, The Spirits That I Called, and a tribute to their fallen former drummer, Witch Hunter. Is it innovative or unique? No, but if you just dig that old school 80s thrash sound right down to the analog choices in the production, this is right up your alley. From the raging Gun Without a Groom and AWTF to the more menacing, slower paced atmosphere of Scavenger, it's another great entry for their discography. Check out the tier list for more thoughts, and I actually did a tier list on a few discographies for bands that we're covering here. By the way, if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button and also comment below your own favorite metal albums of June. But next up we have Putridity with Morbid Atarxia.
That's some heavy shit, Doc.
This Italian brutal death metal squad is on its fourth album and in a decade since the last, and brings with it absolute carnage in a similar vein as Brodekin, Defeated Sanity, and Wormed. They absolutely lay waste on this thing in a barrage of blast beats with only a few brief reprieves as well as some perfectly timed sound bites. The one from Pink Flamingos gave me a chuckle in particular. Not much else to say beyond that, but as someone who is fairly picky in this always at 11 kind of style, I was consistently into it over its 34 minutes. And notably, a chunk of that time is just noise between the final track and a little bonus explosion at the end. Then we have Ready for Death with Pay With Your Face. I've never heard of a band being referred to as neo-barbarians, but this Chicago band does seem to fit that label from the sludgy opener Space Breeder. Hunter's messing with my microphone right now. He's the new co-host of the show, apparently. Anyways, from there, it's a particularly gnarly sounding fusion of death and speed metal that somehow sounds retro and modern at the same time. I'm hearing hints of early Voivod in the guitar work, but the vocals are more Gatecreeper and the atmosphere more of a desert rock vibe. Interesting fusion of sounds that makes it stand out from the pack, and I always give extra points for that. Then there's Bludgeoned by Deformity with Epoch of Immorality. The first EP from this US death metal band, and they are already leaving quite a crater with these 5 songs. The drumming on this thing is especially pummeling, and rightly so, alongside the clear fusion of death and hardcore influences. Another band I'd recommend to the Gatecreeper crowd, especially if you didn't like the more melodic direction they went on their last album. None of that here, just pure misery and brutality. Then there's Lipoma with No Cure for the Sick. One of the more interesting death metal albums of the year for me, with this California band mixing gurgling, brutal death metal vocals with mellow death riffs and organ. They call it mellow gore grind, and it made for a very refreshing listen. They also managed to throw in guitar influences from skate punk to black gaze, making for a very eclectic listen, and all with a very dark Baroque aesthetic conceptually. If Psy made a death metal album instead of a black metal one, I think it would sound kind of like this. Then there's Shadow of Intent with Imperium Delirium. I must have been the only person I knew who did not much care for this deathcore crew's previous album, Elegy, but the elements that got me into them to begin with are back in full force on this one. Another dizzying display of technical guitar work, dramatic symphonic atmosphere, and some of the best vocals in the genre. So many tasty little earworm moments all over this thing, but also a killer listen from start to finish. Glad to see these guys at the top of their game still, as I consider them to be in the top 5 of modern day bands in deathcore. We also have Dead Guy with Near Death Travel Services. The year of comebacks continues with this formative metalcore and mathcore act that I was not expecting to see at all until that first single popped up, but I am so here for it. Dead Guy dropped a single full-length, Fixation on a Coworker, back all the way in 1995 before disbanding just like 2 years later. And yet the importance of that record is still discussed today, and now 30 years later they get to prove that it wasn't just a fluke. Tracks like Barn Burner and New Best Friend still carry their same unique classic era sound as if they never left, fusing mathcore with elements of noise rock. And if you ask me, it is so sorely needed to break up the current tidal wave of octane core bullshit.
What if they're butt rock? What if they're octane core?
Then we have Fallujah with Xenotaph. Another riff-tastic album from this San Francisco technical and progressive death metal band, and looking to evolve their sound further by expanding their use of clean vocals. There he is. Oh god. I have a feeling that, as usual, responses to this will be mixed, but I think that the experiment mostly pays off here, even if I find myself missing Tori's more wispy backing vocals. Singing aside, though, there is once more no denying the guitar work and overall atmosphere. Every listen brought out new details for me. Alright, then we have Mugshot with All the Devils Are Near. This band exists at the perfect crossroads between deathcore and metallic hardcore. Out of San Jose, this is their second record, and with its uncompromising violence, it has quickly become one of my favorite core albums of the year.
I got a bullet engraved with your name. Never miss a shot when I'm aiming point blank.
26 straight minutes of complete disdain for all humankind, illustrated via unhinged dual vocal callouts and sickening grooves. If you dig Mouth Breather or Forever Era Code Orange, this is absolutely your shit. My physical copy actually came in the day that I'm recording this. Then there's Basement Torture Killings with The Gallery of Monsters, Part 1.
Sexual fantasies, as a base, turning them
A truly vile little grindcore EP from this UK band I was originally going to cover in the Underground Bandcamp segment, but man did this one get to me. Just a full speed ahead barn burner of an album filled with violence, gore, dual vocals, and plenty of D-beat. 4 songs, no wasted time, and it makes me just look forward to what they'll cook up for part 2. Get in, get out, leave them wanting more. These guys know what's up. Highly recommended to fans of Pig Destroyer. We also have For Your Health with This Bitter Garden. The second full length from this Columbus-based purveyor of mathcore, screamo, and other related sounds. We're once more stretching what it means to be included on a monthly metal list, but if you're here bitching and moaning about that, you're just in the wrong place. No one is keeping you here. Such a wonderful mix of both uplifting emotional melodies and chaotic twisted madness, sometimes both simultaneously, and acting as an answer to the question of what happens when a place where you grow nourishment turns rotten. Then there's Ailstorm with the Thunderfist Chronicles.
From the skies up above to the seas below, when you hear my name, only fear you'll know.
Album 8 from this pirate-themed folk metal band that I still find to be incredibly fun, but then again, I am always craving more from the folk metal genre. At bare minimum, it's 8 more tracks worthy of swinging your flagon of ale to, and that alone is good enough for me.
Your doom comes from the sea, killed to death by piracy.
Notably, the final track, though, is an over 17-minute epic, which holds its own as one of the more ambitious things that they have done. But outside of that, it's obvious from the song titles and lyrics that these guys don't take themselves too seriously, and that's always a refreshing reprieve when everything else right now is so deadly so.
Lighten up.
We also have Malevolence with Where Only the Truth is Spoken.
All the time spent never knowing anything about the man who bears my name.
By the way, I think it's worth pausing to point out that I always get at least one person in comments saying, like, could you, like, write out the names and the titles? Like, I don't understand them. They're always in the description. Just expand the description right below the video. The whole list is there. Just scroll down a little bit. Anyways, this is the 4th full length from this UK band, mixing metalcore and groove metal in a manner that I would compare to Shadows Fall. Riffs from the gamut from Killswitch Engage to the bluesy vibes of Pantera and Lamb of God, as well as throwing in some vocals reminiscent of Soilwork.
So if it's all the same to you, I'll come on my side.
Once more, what a great year to be a metalcore fan. Not only do we get so much good stuff, but it's been quite varied in terms of overall approach, which is just so much what the genre needs right now. And I think that a lot of the songs are ones that have crossover appeal too, to those who don't generally even enjoy the genre. There's also Dawn of Ashes with Infecting the Scars. I continue to bemoan the lack of industrial music that used to be such a staple of my youth, so a new album from this California band is always welcome. The exact nature of their releases tends to ebb and flow, with this one falling into a more understated club music sound. Lots of slow, synth-driven, hypnotic head bobbers for antisocial cybergoths. If you want something a little bit more metal-tinged, you might be disappointed, but if you dig the various side projects of Skinny Puppy's Kevin Key, or things like Mindless Faith, this should be right up your alley. Then there's Heaven Shall Burn with Heimat. The 10th album from this German metalcore band, formed all the way back in 1998, and one that has often ridden the line closely with melodic death metal. Lots of comparisons here to Killswitch Engage, again on this record, both in riffs and vocals, and they even go so far as to cover Numbered Days with Jesse Leach. Just another really strong listen that hits me right in the comfort nostalgia I feel like I'm needing right now. Between this and Caliban, Germany is also doing a good job of representing for a big year in the genre, but this is leaps and bounds better, in my opinion. I'm also going to sneak in Stray from the Path with Clockworked.
How much can we fucking bear? Oh, you traumatized? Just walk it off. You did it, sad. Just walk it off.
This should technically have been on my May list, but since they ninja dropped it on the last Friday of the month of May, after I'd already recorded and uploaded, it was just easier to put it here. Regardless, this is apparently the final album from these New York metalcore mainstays since the 2000s, and I'd say that true to form, they go out on a sufficiently pissed off. I frequently describe this band as a guilty pleasure, as I've enjoyed them since around 2013's Anonymous, but their particular heavy-handed brand of leftist lyrics can certainly venture into cringe territory, and it's not for everyone. This album, though, it hits just so hard, also thanks to solid guest spots from Landmarks and Poison the Well, and tracks like Kubrick's Stare feel especially resonant. Like, that's kind of my, like, defining track of 2025 right now.
Message!
Alright, before I get to my favorite metal album of June, we're going to do some honorable mentions here. We have Galsveerd with Braiding the Stories. I'm a big fan of Gull's time with Gorgoroth, but I've been a little less enthusiastic about his solo work. Kind of feels like he has tried to go into a similar experimental direction as Ishan, but the results aren't quite as satisfying to me, but still a very interesting and multi-textured outing that feels like a step up from the debut. I dig Visions in Time and Root the Will in particular. We also have Drawn and Quartered with Lord of Two Horns. The 9th album from the Seattle death metal band since forming back in 1994, and it's decent enough. Great cavernous, old-school atmosphere. It very much does sound like a classic-era album, but after the first 2 tracks, the songwriting just gets so repetitive, even annoyingly so at times. Then we have Bio Noise Generator with Subnormal Dives. I was kind of on the fence with this Russian band, as I love weird technical stuff with jazz influences from mathcore to Imperial Triumphant, but I think that ear-piercing Saint Anger style snare drum often keeps me from being able to sit through a lot of this one. The chill moments are quite good, but the noisier ones start to just feel loud for the sake of loud. It's like listening to a migraine. I'd rather listen to either like Beaten to Death or one of Colin Marston's projects than this personally, but still recommended on some level. We also have Orthodox with A Door Left Open. I was looking forward to the 5th album from this Nashville crew based on these singles, but ultimately I found myself a little underwhelmed with the album as a whole. Another case of it being undoubtedly heavy, but not feeling super memorable. And for that vibe, Mugshot just destroyed this thing on every level, and you saw there were a lot of metalcore picks this month, and I just felt like all of those eclipsed this one in every possible way. I feel like some of the more car bomb and frontierer sounding moments, like Searching for a Pulse, are pretty solid, but ultimately it just made me want to listen to them instead. There's King Parrot with A Young Person's Guide to King Parrot. Some more headbang-worthy grind from this Australian band's 4th album after a pretty lengthy gap since the last one. I unfortunately continue to find Matt Young's go-to vocal approach a little silly, but to be fair, I think it's a similar love it or hate it situation as like Knocked Loose, and also it helps give them that little kind of like signature. And he's got plenty of harsher growls that work better for me mixed throughout this album. It's a fun listen. It very almost made my list, but just not quite. There's also Bear Mace with Slaves of the Wolf. The 3rd album from this Chicago death metal crew, pretty meat and potato stuff, but I dig the cavernous vibe and vocals. Some solid riffs on the thrashier side too, with the likes of the Iceman Cometh, and some proggier death sounds on Captured and Consumed. Of course, we're going to mention Catatonia with Nightmares as extensions of the Waking State.
Here comes the final strain, the running quota.
I keep trying, guys, I really do, but this longtime big-name Swedish band continues to do very little for me. There were calls to do like a tier list, but mostly I just find them too mopey, too dreary, and on a personal level, just kind of dull for my taste. I can recognize the beauty on an objective level, especially in the vocals, but it's just not for me, though I was seeing that even the fans seemed to not care for this one all that much from the videos I was seeing. There's also Austere with The Stillness of Dissolution. Cool mix of melancholic black metal and classic heavy metal riffs with this 5th album from this Australian band, following up Beneath the Threshold from just last year. Maybe a touch of Rotting Christ energy in there as well. There's parts of all these 6 tracks that I enjoy, but unfortunately they really feel dragged out and ultimately kind of repetitious. Then there's Turian with Blood Quantum Blues. Very solid album from the Seattle metallic hardcore act that also at times brings in guitars reminiscent of Quicksand and maybe even like Fugazi. Pretty interesting listen with more under the hood than you may initially expect. I do think that the vocals get a little grating over time and how one note they could be, so that's one area where I think that they could improve. We also have a new noise trail immersion with Tuta la Morte in un solo punto. I've been a little up and down with my love of this Italian band since 2016's excellent Womb, but if you love the likes of Ulcerate and Plebeian Grandstand, a new record from these guys is always required listening. For me, I think that the more dissonant and experimental elements have more and more overtaken what made me enjoy them to begin with, but I still respect it enough to want to encourage people to check them out. We also have Haggis with Destination Extinction. The fifth album from this California gore grind band that really emphasizes some truly repulsive vocals amidst the very punk rock energy. Good stuff, fun time. I'd enjoy seeing these guys live too, but I doubt I'll be thinking much about this record even a few hours from now. A lot of people talking about Volbeat with God of Angels Trust. Look, as much as I crave a return to rock music, this band continues to just do very little for me, and this album dissipated into the mist the minute it was over. I only really gave this a shout because so many people requested it. It's fine. It's just very mid. And then also Turnstile with Never Enough. Kind of same with this one. I was never a long-time listener of these guys, so I don't even have much to say about their drastic shift in sound from their early hardcore days that everybody loves to meme about. What I can say is that, just in general, this feels like some super milquetoast stuff to me. I couldn't even really finish it. It's appealing on some level, maybe I just wasn't in the mood, but yeah, I don't know, it's fine. But my favorite metal album of June goes to Psy with I Saw the World's End, Hangman's Hymn 2025. Another case where making a re-recording is a tall order, as this was already one of my favorite albums from one of my favorite more underground bands, and I listed it at S tier when I did their tier ranking, if you want to check that one out too. But leave it to this Japanese avant-garde crew to somehow nail every aspect of the performance perfectly almost 20 years later. Seriously, had I not known, I would have just assumed that this was a remaster, because the only difference is really the vastly improved production. Every note, every scream, and all the little quirks that made it great to begin with are still there, and the emphasis on the brass instruments comes through even stronger than ever. These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of July 2025, starting with Beheaded with Gadam. The seventh album from this Maltese death metal band formed in 1991, and these blackened guitars give me a lot of mid-career Behemoth vibes. Just replace anti-Christian lyrics with their own native folklore. Listening to this album feels like watching a shadow slowly grow and grow as the darkness overtakes everything around it. Pitch black stuff with some very ugly, swampy guitars to boot.
Drink full and descend.
Next up is Eminentia Tenebris with Whispers of the Undying. The fourth album from this French melodic black metal project with a constantly flowing stream of very Swedish sounding riffs. This approach combined with the reverb heavy production and icy atmosphere give the album a very 90s aesthetic, conjuring elements of everything from Dissection to early In Flames and Sacramentum. It's also a very peaceful and uplifting album in spite of its harsher elements, great for putting on during like a hike in the woods. Maybe a little repetitive, but ultimately one of the better black metal albums this year. Next up is Incinerated with the epitome of transgression. The second album from this Indonesian death metal band with an emphasis on blackened atmosphere. More music with a clear love for the old school that sounds as if it was recorded in some dark, unholy cave deep within the earth. It can get pretty technical at times too between the standout performances on the kit and at times death spell influenced guitars. Strap in for some lengthy runtimes too, at just 5 tracks averaging around 9 minutes, but upwards of over 12. Then we have Atomic Witch with Death Etiquette. Fun little thrash metal album from this Cleveland band, and true to that region, it brings the party and rebellion in equal measure. Also really digging that while it leans mostly into harsher vocals, they throw in some very toxic coded power metal falsettos at just the right moments. Killer guitar work too, with more than a little technical edge. Add plenty of horror imagery, and this all stacks up to being one of the better thrash metal albums front to back that I've heard this year. Then there's Black Magnet with Mega Mantra. I was already very much down with this Midwestern band's pummeling fusion of industrial metal with hardcore energy after hearing Body Prophecy in 2022, but I think that this new one blows that out of the water. Take the infectious synth lines of Nine Inch Nails and Skinny Puppy, but ramp up the aggression perhaps even beyond what I would expect from Godflesh or Candy. Another case of an album where every track is single-worthy, from the cinder block to the face endless, to the groovy hip-hop infused Better Than Love, to the very Marilyn Manson-esque Null and Void. It's no wonder that they've been booking shows not only with other great modern industrial metal bands like Author and Punisher and Three Teeth, but also groups like Code Orange. Then there's Abigail Williams with A Void Within Existence. The sixth album from this black metal act, now based out of Olympia, Washington, and featuring Fear Factory's Mike Heller on drums. I can't believe that it's already been 6 years since Walk Beyond the Dark and 10 since my personal favorite, The Accuser, but this is another strong work of dense atmosphere. Lots of walking down dark, menacing hallways, unsure of what you'll find at the other end, but also cathartic explosions of triumphant soloing. My personal favorites here are Talk to Your Sleep with its malevolent groove, and Embrace the Chasm with its twinkling gothic piano. Next up is Floating with Hesitating Lights. We've had quite a few fusions of post-punk and black metal in the last few years, but this is the first time I think I've come across one with death metal. This Swedish band perfectly unites the shared dark qualities of both genres into a surprisingly cohesive package. It really is amazing just how well the death growls meld into the depressive guitars and funky bass lines. It's like Joy Division or Susie and the Banshees had a very strange baby with Demolish. Next up is In the Company of Serpents with A Crack in Everything. The fifth slice of misery-draped, atmospherically driven sludge from this Denver crew, this one in part inspired by the Leonard Cohen lyric, "There is a crack in everything, that's how the light gets in," from the song Anthem. Netsorg expanding that a lot of this was written during and after losing a battle with alcohol and the feelings of defeat and despair that followed. Once more, this trio has an uncanny ability to conjure images of deserted, dusty landscapes with tumbleweeds rolling by the light of a garbage can fire. If High on Fire is rage on the feelings wheel, then this is pure depression and isolation. Sludge via Tom Waits. Look, and it's everyone's favorite co-host, Hunter. He's back. It's funny, every time I put on the mask now, he gets excited. But next up, we have Cordyceps with Hell Inside. Some truly gnarly, brutal death metal on this sophomore effort, and in addition to the usual slammy guitars and gurgly vocals, their bass sounds like a metal bat striking a steel pole.
I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out!
Unbelievably heavy stuff, further emphasized by the quiet, eerie little moments. Songs go on about a minute longer than they need to, if you ask me, but that's a mild trade-off for the general punishment. Next up is Ascorian with Hollow Fangs. The third album from this LA-based black metal project that I covered almost 10 years ago at this point, with their split with Panopticon, and second full-length All Too Human. And with this one, Jay continues to mix melodic black metal and post-black sentiments to some interestingly varied results. The album opens on a very sorrowful note with plenty of more modern sounds, but just a track later takes a turn for the classic second wave approach. These dynamic shifts make for an engaging listen, and much like the previous record, one that is very emotionally evocative. Then we have Cryptodyra with Genesis of Error.
Burning river of bleach, you went to me.
Now, I've been a long-time fan of this New York progressive metal band, and this 3-track EP does a great job of summarizing everything that I love about their sound. In particular, if you also like prog mixed with a healthy dose of mathcore a la Between the Buried and Me, this is the band for you. Powerful stretches of emotional builds are punctuated by explosions of more chaotic catharsis. Also, always kind of wild to see myself quoted in the press release, but always glad to have the Metal Trenches brand associated with underrated quality groups like this one. Then we have Blind Equation with A Funeral in Purgatory. This Chicago band is a lot of things, but I guess I would sum them up as sort of emo, cybergrind, and Nintendo core. And while I was a little skeptical at first listening to the singles, the full album ended up standing out to me both in its unique approach and positive message of carrying on even in difficult times. Their song is an interesting but ultimately strangely balanced yin and yang of blissful, emotive chiptunes music with harsh screams and high-octane rhythms. Mostly recommended to fans of MySpace core era music and other groups like Zombie Shark or even Crystal Castles, but I implore anyone looking for a break from their usual music diet to at least give it a spin. It's not for everyone, but it's interesting. Next up is Echoes of Gloom with The Mind's Eternal Storm. The first release from this Australian melodic black metal band, and one I only know about because it was sent to me directly by the artist. Normally stuff like this gets relegated to the underground Bandcamp series, but let me tell you, if you're waiting on the new Black Braid, this will more than hold you over. This album possesses a very similar sentiment when it comes to melody, atmosphere, and just overall spiritual vibe. Whether it was the intention or not, it's an album you can put on to leave the petty bullshit behind and feel one with nature. Then we have Born of Osiris with Through Shadows. Their 7th full-length album, and very much continuing in the more overtly metalcore direction of the last one. Admittedly, I prefer them more on the kind of symphonic deathcore side of things with albums like The Discovery and Soul Sphere, but this album has its share of bangers as well, and I was spinning it on repeat for many days. Seppuku, Torchbearer, Dark Fable, and especially Inverno particularly tickle my fancy, and the latter with that amazing choir part. And really, this band has never missed for me. Sad that it will seemingly be their final album with longtime guitarist Lee McKinney. Then we have Mora Prokaza with Crawling Through Time. Also a reminder, all of the album names and band names are in the description. Sometimes people are like, oh, I can't understand the pronunciation. Just expand the description. They're all in there. Anyways, I was pleased to see a new EP from this Belarus project that answers the question of what if a black metal artist made rap instead? And as much as I already enjoyed 2020's full length, by chance I can hear quite a bit of growth on this one. Pharmacon's unique cult vocal flow is as grim as it is immaculate, but now backed by a further expanding production that recalls both RZA as well as Blockhead's work with Aesop Rock. Great use of all manner of instruments too, even including saxophone, piano, and regional additions to create a truly entrancing and hypnotic atmosphere. Next up is American Standards with Future Orphans. The final album from this metalcore and mathcore band from Arizona that I've frequently compared to the likes of Every Time I Die, and they very much go out with the same mission statement that they've carried all these years with another noisy, rebellious, and to the point 22 minutes. I can't go on another day, pretending it's okay. Just a raucous, pissed off at the world kind of time, at just the time that people are feeling it the most. At least if it comes down to it, the apocalypse is going to have one hell of a soundtrack. We also have Slaughter to Prevail with Grizzly. Oh, it's gonna be fucking brutal. So I was initially on the fence about including this one here, and I'm surprised as you are to see it here instead of in the honorable mentions, but the more I listened, the more I really got into this one. It's still got some issues, namely the abuse of the dodgeball snare in the mix, but damn is this a huge step up from the last one, not to mention that Baby Metal collab is a serious bop. It feels like they really took the feedback about Costalum being generic and forgettable and really honed in on making much more memorable songs with serious hooks both in guitars and vocals. Solid B+ of a record, again with some issues but also a lot of killer moments to get you headbanging. I ended up buying a physical copy. We also have a late edition in Psycho Frame with Salvation laughs in the face of a grieving mother. Now, I was only passingly familiar with this relatively new deathcore crew, but man, did so many of you in the comments remind me to check out their debut full-length on release week. And while I probably had more fun with Slaughter to Prevail, this beat it out on the Richter scale in terms of sheer heaviness. That part in particular made me smile so wide the first time I heard it. Absolutely brutal stuff that really wears its death metal influences on its sleeve more than many other bands in the genre right now. Honestly, at times it gave me the same feeling I had the first time I heard The Cleansing. Alright, before we get to my favorite album of the month, we've got some honorable mentions here. Also a reminder, if you're enjoying the video, hit the like button and help me out by also sharing your favorite and least favorite metal albums in the comments. But first up here we have Chronos Compulsion with Lawgiver. The first full-length studio record from this vicious yet groovy Denver death metal crew, and if you care to decipher these growls, it's all apparently a scathing critique of late-stage capitalism and humanity's basest instincts. Some doom sprinkled in there for good measure as well. There's also Clairvoyance with Chasm of Immurement. A little more Polish death metal for you this year, this time courtesy of a first full-length debut. This kind of stands at the razor's edge of death metal and death doom, really emphasizing the atmosphere above all else. I'd like a little bit more from the vocals, but the guitar work and drumming really keep the tension cranked to 11. Then there's Symphobia with Hideously Traumatic. Some more truly brutal death metal out of Indonesia. If you crave the primal, gurgly madness, then this is that and nothing else. Enough said. Of course, there's Gwar with the return of Gorgor. Three new songs and 4 live versions from this long-running band of alien mutants. It also comes with a 32-page comic book. I'll level with y'all and say I've never really been a big-time hype man for this band, not because I dislike their music. It's solid, I just rarely find myself craving them out of nowhere. And of course there's Alice Cooper with The Revenge of Alice Cooper.
We are the wild ones, crashing through the night.
It's Alice Cooper. If you're still listening to him, you should probably listen to this. I have also never really cared that much about Alice Cooper's music, save for the classics, but he holds a special place in my heart for being among my earliest memories of experiencing metal watching his appearance on the 70s Muppet Show reruns.
You, sir, are a demented, sick, degenerate, barbaric, naughty freako.
Why, thank you.
But my pick for the best metal album of July 2025 goes to Impureza with Alcaceres. Flamenco death metal. These are the 3 words getting passed around that instantly sold me on checking out the third album from this French band that has been around since 2004. And they really do infuse that classical Spanish guitar into the riffs with this one on an incredibly fun and infectious album. That first pure flamenco section that pops up is just such a refreshing joy in the midst of so many other death metal albums that, while great in their own right, tend to get a little samey. Crazy good riffs, but also stellar and always engaging songwriting across the board, captured by excellent production. Thank you all for the recommendation. It goes both ways here. These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of August 2025, starting with Black Braid with Black Braid 3. The current darling taking the black metal world by storm is back with their second full length, and once more their sound very much recalls the melodic sounds of Dissection, but also with some riffs that at times remind me of Inquisition. And of course, their approach brings me a more naturalistic energy, complete with several acoustic sections, making for a nice complement to Walking Through the Woods. I do think that this one feels a bit overlong and a little less focused than the debut, but overall I enjoyed it, and that cover art is just gorgeous. Next up is Cruel Bomb with Cruel Bomb. After several split singles and EPs, this Pennsylvania thrash metal crew is finally dropping their first full-length album on the unsuspecting public. The timing feels like it couldn't be better, and they really are bringing war-themed destruction like a second coming of the 80s greats. I can tell that the band has grown quite a bit in the last 5 years since I covered them last, with plenty of attitude-drenched riffs and pissed-off vocals, and right down to another glorious album cover in a very different way. This is the full package, jumped right into my favorite thrash metal albums of the year, honestly. Then we have Unleashed with Fire Upon Your Lands.
In the aftermath of destruction, when all is said and done.
I've never really been a big enough fan of these guys to warrant digging through their entire discography for a tier list, but I've generally enjoyed their output, which goes all the way back to 1990. And somehow, all these years later, I feel like this album still manages to capture that same early Swedish death metal sound with their special Norse mythology twist and plenty of D-beat.
I dream of your death.
It took a few spins to peel back the layers, but there are a lot of great little earworm melodeath hooks that are such a hallmark of this era, on the likes of War Comes Again and Hold Your Hammers High. They're not reinventing the wheel, but they definitely aren't phoning it in either, which I think is generally a good sweet spot for a legacy death metal band like this to be in.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Next up is Malthusian with The Summoning Bell. Now, I had just been wondering what had become of this Irish blackened death metal band that initially floored me right from their first filthy demo in 2013. And now, as if summoned from the great depths, here they are, returned in full malignant force for their second full length, 7 years in the wake of their debut. Now, with the support of Relapse Records, these guys bring the atmosphere as dark and miserable as ever, mixing harrowing, echoing death growls, jangly blackened guitars, and alternations of slithering doom and fiery chaos reminiscent of Portal. Once more, quality always reigns over quantity in my book. These guys may only have 4 releases, but that only makes me more excited every time I hear their name. Next up is Harvested with Dysthymia. This little gem came absolutely out of nowhere for me and ended up completely knocking my socks off. The Denver crew just put out their first full length, and already they are giving some of Cannibal Corpse's best albums a run for their money. A great balance here of pure destructive violence with infectious grooves, and all captured excellently with some really solid production. Every track here slaps, there's not a single dud to be found. Then we have Grand Cadaver with The Rot Beneath. This Swedish death metal band, fronted by Dark Tranquillity's always busy Michael Stan, following up their 2023 sophomore effort with a new EP. And unlike his more melodic work with the Halo Effect earlier this year, once more Grand Cadaver stands as an outlet for the more old-school Swedish sounds. This is more akin to the HM2 buzzsaw and D-beat of bands like Bloodbath and Dismember. And frankly, I think that these 4 tracks are better than anything off of the last full length. We also have Car Bomb with The Whisper Dreams. The triumphant return of one of my favorite modern-day mathcore acts, and while I'm sad that it's just a 3-song EP, I'm just glad to get something. It's been 6 years since they dropped Mordial, but they sound like they haven't skipped a beat. More unique fusions of Genty, Meshuggah-esque madness, early Gojira, and drifting My Bloody Valentine influences, which guitarist Greg Kubacki has cited as one of his favorites right here on the channel. Next up is Imperishable with Swallowing the World. The second full length from this South Carolina blackened death metal band made up of members of Nile, Antheon, and now Derek Roddy of Hate Eternal and Malevolent Creation. Raw and rugged sounding stuff with the support of Everlasting Spew, making it all the more nasty sounding. Great mix of both styles here, kind of melding Morbid Angel with 90s, early 2000s era Behemoth, and the denser, noisier production also draws comparisons to Vitriol with some serious guitar shred. Next up is Insight with Savage New Times. The seventh album from this Arizona band formed in 2004, this time of the thrash and groove metal variety. It's been another somewhat slower year for this genre, but I'd list this among the few standouts I've come across so far with its venomous vocals and headbanging energy. Killer riffs and rhythms alike on songs like Feel This Shit and Just a Rat, and even when they slow things down for others like Doubts and The Fear, somehow it only sounds more rebellious. Then we have Based with Colossal. Very interesting approach from this Denmark band whose name translates to Beast, now on their fourth full length. I'd actually describe their sound as more of like death and roll, also bringing some flavors of heavy metal and sludge along the way. They can be quite catchy too, with songs like Misfortunate Son and King of the Sun. Really fun riffing and ultimately a refreshing listen with a different approach after so much tech death this year. We also have Hexrot with Formless Ruin of Oblivion. Transcending Obscurity Records has really been pumping out some solid death metal this year, with this Massachusetts debut closing out another strong month for them. Presented as a seamless composition over 35 minutes and split into 7 tracks, this is quite the progressive experience. I hear notes of everything from Abyssal and Veilburner to Deathspell Omega and Krallis, the latter being especially notable as Colin Marston provides mastering. More than a touch of the avant-garde here to make for something a bit more off-kilter in a year packed with more streamlined, old-school death metal and, again, technical death metal. We also have King Yosef with Spire of Fear. Following up last month's Black Magnet with another similar melding of industrial metal with hardcore intensity, but with its own twists and turns. Funnily enough, Pelletier got his start as a hip-hop producer in the 2010s, only to find himself playing high-octane shows with the likes of Converge and Health. Speaking of which, I hear elements of the latter as well as Godflesh, Street Sex, and fellow collaborators Youth Code. Not to mention the album was mixed and engineered with Kurt Ballou at God City Studios. Then there's Plasmodulated with an ocean of putrid, stinky, vile, disgusting hell.
Yes, about that title.
The debut full-length from this Florida death metal band that is as Florida as they come, and courtesy of Warfluch's Mick Colby. Notably, guitars are up-tuned here to a traditional E tuning, harkening back to the days of the old-school classics. Another solid mix of more brutal and at times semi-technical flair with more ominous, doom-ridden moments. Seriously, our cup runneth over with no shortage of killer death metal of all shapes and sizes this year. Then we have Vindicator with Whispers of Death. The fifth album from these Ohio thrashers, celebrating their 20th year as a band, but sounding very much like it's still the 80s. Lots of gnarly, death-tinged screams, punctuated by some fun crossover gang vocals as well. And the guitar work, great stuff, including some amazing soloing alongside more rollicking D-beats. I realize that this is another fairly cookie-cutter description of the genre, but let the music speak for itself when it comes to being an exemplary version of that exact thing. Next up is Monolith with He Who Kills. Speaking of old school bands, this Australian death metal crew was formed all the way back in 1998, and yet this is only their second full-length record. I could probably draw some comparisons to the likes of Suffocation and Malevolent Creation with their dark atmosphere, brutal vocals, and penchant for technicality. Another case where this is the definition of meat and potatoes, but who doesn't like meat and potatoes anyways? The Metal Meltdown knows what I'm talking about. And with lyrics about seeing through the eyes of serial killers, expect the bloodlust to be at an all-time high. Switching things up, we have Halloween with Giants and Monsters. Another epic record from this power metal crew, celebrating over 40 years as a band and once more with all three vocalists on full display. Some really impressive compositions here that at times I'd argue rival even Dream Theater in their grandeur. The vocals are as strong as ever, the guitar solos shred, and really, even as somebody who isn't much of a power metal guy, I definitely get caught up in it all. I know that a few of you have been asking me for a tier list, but considering that this is album 19, and there would undeniably even be some jokers with poor social cues complaining about missing EPs and whatnot.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
You'll just have to be satisfied with this shout out while I maintain my sanity. Next up is Defacement with Doomed. Quite a month for avant-garde and experimental death metal too, adding the fourth album from this multinational band to the list. Passages in this album remind me of everything from Alterage and, again, Abyssal to Imperial Triumphant and Blood Incantation. Dark flurries of technicality give way to surprisingly bright and shimmery notes of post-rock shoegaze and even some ambient interludes. Quite the spectrum of sound on display here, from harrowing violence to pure bliss. We also have Creature with Toujours Humain. I had no idea that this was the French band's fifth album since 2018, but man, this is some incredible progressive symphonic madness. The vocals actually trend on the death metal side of things, with some compositional elements that remind me at times of both Septic Flesh and Ackercock. But really, for all the similar touches, Creature has a unique sound that is 100% its own and may end up earning itself a spot on my end-of-year list, maybe? At bare minimum, it is definitely among the most engaging and memorable death black kind of metal mixture this year, alongside the likes of Imperial Triumphant. There's also Sallow Moth with Mossbane Lantern. Another really wild and unique sounding Eye Void Hanger death metal entry this month from this Texas solo project. It's the third full length brought to you by the prolific Gary Brentz, and very much channeling the oddball elements of once more Ackercock, but also Afterbirth and beyond. Just take a track like Aether Cave Boots that kicks off in a very dissident and technical direction with some of the most vile toilet gurgle vocals you can find, only to end like an evening in some upscale smooth jazz fine dining establishment. Guitar influences seem to run the gamut from Gorguts and Artificial Brain to Cynic, Death, and Carcass. We also have Melancholia with Random Access Misery. Quite the fusion of deathcore, metalcore, and nu metal going on here with this Australian crew, only just formed 3 years ago and already making a name for themselves. This sophomore album takes the foundations they built with Hiss Through Rotten Teeth and ventures outward for something that feels a bit more ambitious. Like my favorite nu metal albums back in the day, tracks like Spit are highly infectious, eerily atmospheric, and deliver on a wide variety of vocal sounds. It's like someone took the guitar grooves of Chimera and added vocals more in line with Shadow of Intent. We also have Panopticon with Songs of High Wraith. Panopticon really hasn't ever put out an album I truly disliked at this point, and this one continues the trend of putting me in a very introspective state. There are the usual alternations between lofty, drifting bliss, as with the White Mountain View, contrasted with violent explosions of black metal menace, as with Haunted America 2. That one in particular is easily one of their darkest, heaviest tracks to date. Very powerful and potent stuff, very much targeted at the present world we are living in and all of the anxieties that go with that. Hiraeth being a Welsh word that roughly translates to homesickness tinged with grief and sadness. Note that they also released Laurentian Blue the same week, but I've not been as keen on their acoustic stuff. I did not update the tier list video for this one, but I'd probably put the former at fantastic and the latter at okay, even though as just like a straight up folk album, it's really solid. Next up we have The Armed with The Future Is Here and Everything Needs to Be Destroyed. Another mad fusion of hardcore and hyperpop from this increasingly experimental crew. I'll admit that they push the limits even for me with previous album Perfect Saviors, but this one finds them returning to what I loved about 2021's ultra pop. Great balance of berating, challenging walls of artsy noise with genuinely infectious melody on tracks like Sharp Teeth and Local Millionaire. If Andy Warhol listened to hardcore music, this is probably what it would sound like. We also have Baby Metal with Metal Fourth. Another very fun and diverse album from this Japanese group now with more collabs than ever. From Poppy and Polyphia to Slaughter to Prevail and Bloodywood, it's a wild ride. I do think that the downside is that it ends up sounding more like a compilation, lacking some of its own personal identity as a result. But even so, I have fun with pretty much every track here, and that's all I really needed. We also have an album that almost made my top pick, with Signs of the Swarm, To Rid Myself of Truth. This album goes so hard. Like, I already loved Amongst the Low and Empty in 2023, but this sixth album from the Pittsburgh deathcore band is easily topping that one, I think. This thing is packed with back-to-back ragers with killer vocals, wildly infectious riffs, and some killer guest spots from Will Ramos, Phil Bozeman, Johnny Crowder of Prison, and Jack Murray of 156 Silence. Phil and Jack were my personal favorites on that front, with Iron Sacrament and Fear and Judgment, respectively, but again, there's not really a track here that I didn't favorite, and as punishing as the pure heavy sections are, they also demonstrate some incredible work with atmosphere on Forcing to Forget and Sarkazine. Alright, before we get to my favorite pick of the month, we have some honorable mentions. We have Hebephrenic with Decathexis. No idea if I'm pronouncing that right, but honestly, this Australian death metal band's debut could have also fit into the best list with more chaotic grinding machinery guitars and generally impressive energy, but there was just so much to cover this month and so many slots to fill. Give it a spin regardless. We also have Vorman with Band of Brothers. The seventh album from this Finnish melodic death metal crew, helmed by former Children of Bodom keyboardist John Varman, and as much as I enjoyed the previous record, I have more mixed thoughts on this one. Those synth parts are unmistakable if you've been missing that Children of Bodom sound, and there are solid riffs to be found, but the production and songwriting feel a bit lacking, and Petri's vocals, despite generally being a fan of his work with Ensiferum, just aren't quite cutting the mustard here for some reason. There's also Sadistic Force with Morbid Odyssey. Another solid blast of blackened speed metal from this Texas crew. I honestly don't think I could put it better than they did in the press release, saying, meant to be listened to on an A-track in a 75 Camaro while passing a hash pipe and sipping beer from a pull-tab can. For fans of Midnight, for sure. Then there's Panzerchrist with Maleficium Part 2. Album 10 from this Denmark black and death metal band, concluding part 1 from just last year. More devilishly catchy, unbridled evil that makes for a nice dynamic mix of thrashy speed and slower, more atmospheric sections. I just didn't find much of it sticking with me this time. There's Castrator with Coronation of the Grotesque. The second album from this New York all-female death metal squad, they really bring the pain, mixing the blunt force brutality of Cannibal Corpse with some of the more menacing atmosphere of Immolation. There's also Barbarous with Initium Mors. The debut LP from this Oakland, California death metal crew, once more for fans of Gatecreeper and Necrot. I feel like I'll be asking a bit more from them next time around to keep me interested, but a strong enough start with some catchy moments for sure. We also have Toe, or Tooh, with Povici Poznetje.
Damn you! You get him the easy ones!
The 7th album from this Czech progressive grindcore band formed in 1993. I've enjoyed some of their stuff and generally appreciate weird off-kilter things, but I'm just not sure I see myself going back to this for repeated re-listens in comparison to something like Psy. We also have Prayer Group with Strawberry. A little more noise for you on my growing list from this Richmond act. Great sense of attitude and figure it out as we go along kind of sensibility that even the band confirms was a part of this album. There's also Thorn with Nebulous Womb of Eternity. Some truly despicable death doom out of Arizona from this solo project on its 4th full length since starting in 2020. Y'all know it takes quite a bit for anything doom in its tags to grab my attention, but this definitely got me with its sewage-like aesthetic. Then there's Chevelle with Brightest Blasphemy. Not really a full-on metal album, but kind of straddling the line, and a band I've enjoyed most albums from since the Wonder What's Next days. Not one of their best records, but I'd put it somewhere in the upper half. You can check out the tier list for more thoughts on this one. There's also Sea Mosquito with Majestas. Another very atmospheric album from this UK black metal band. I didn't find myself as entranced as with the last one, but there are some great songs like In Reverence of Pain. To the Grave put out Still. I found myself a bit disappointed with this Deathcore crew's previous EP after loving the full lengths, but I feel like this one has them back on track with some really sick grooves and intense vocals. Also Menegarm with Edsvuren. The 12th album from this Swedish folk metal crew, and it's pretty damn solid. Everything I like about the genre is on display. Again, in a less packed month, this may have even made the list, especially as a longtime enjoyer going back to personal favorite Duldsfard. And then In Mourning with The Immortal. Now, it's been a minute since I thought of this Swedish melodic death metal band that have been around since 2000, but particularly caught my ear with 2016's Afterglow. Back then, I compared them quite a bit to Opeth, but these days it seems they're a little bit more in line with Amorphis and Catatonia. Not my favorite, but enjoyable. Alright, I do have 2 worst picks for the month this month, the first of which is Fit for a King with Lonely God. The 8th album from this metalcore band has its moments. I dig the title track for one, but man, is this just packed with all of the things that I hate most about the more modern sentiment of the genre right now. Really mopey, corny, overproduced, clean vocals, super generic lyrics, and even the heavier parts just feel kind of copy-paste. You can do way worse, but for my ears, this is just more octane-core slop. We Have Architects at Home in a time where the comparison isn't really a compliment anymore. And then double those notes for Attack Attack with Attack Attack 2. I'm a one-hit wonder. Regular viewers, you know me. I'm the metalcore guy. I'm the metalcore defender, but not this trash. Like, double the notes I had. These guys have gone from the kings of crabcore to absolute slop. Just pure trash. I don't think I even made it all the way through this thing. But, yeah, it's not good.
Endless trash!
Alright, before I finally unveil my favorite album of the month, but some people may already be guessing what it is. But just remember, hit the like button if you've been enjoying the video, and also comment below your own favorite metal albums of this month. There's just so much to pick through, and so I'm intrigued to hear what you all have. I'm sure there are even things that I didn't get to, but I'm but one mere mortal. But my favorite metal album of August goes to Deftones with Private Music. Look, it's rare that a Deftones album doesn't make my list, but it's been a while since one was worthy of the top spot and actually makes me question if it's one of their best. But man, they really pulled out all the stops for this one, and everyone is bringing their A game here, from the riffs and atmospheric additions to what may very well be the best front-to-back performance of Chino's career. And much like White Pony, even though it's a very different album from that, there is a lot of diversity on display while still feeling like a very cohesive whole. Incredible stuff, and it's just so cool to see how this band has managed to stay relevant now going on, 30 years. My first listen to this, I literally spun it at least 5 times in a row. These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of September, starting with Revocation with New Gods, New Masters. Album 9 from this highly consistent fusion of thrash, death, and prog. They often teeter between which genre takes priority from album to album, but it was clear from the singles that they are more than happy only leaning further into death metal at this point. Killer riffs and songwriting with a dark graveyard atmosphere, as well as guest spots from Travis Ryan of Cattle Decapitation and Job for a Cowboy's Johnny Davy. As I said in the discography tier list, this may be my new favorite, and I think tops the previous album in every way. Next up is Cult Burial with Collapse of Pattern, Reverence of Dust. The third album from this UK black and death metal band, delivering some similar sonic qualities as Ulcerate, but with their own chilling twist. Some of these tracks truly seem to echo into eternity. That's when they aren't pounding you into dust. More great contrast between vast, drifting soundscapes and violent barrages of double bass pedal. Feels like a nice transition album as we approach spooky season, too. Then we have Violator with Unholy Retribution. The fourth album from this Brazilian thrash metal band, formed in 2002, and their first in over a decade. Full speed, no holds barred, 80s thrash metal energy here with a vengeance. Comparisons here to everything from Warbringer to Slayer, loaded with endless hooks and bathed in sacrificial blood. It's another one here to scare the normies.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Then we have Igor with Amen. Always a good month when one of the most unique and innovative projects around releases a new album. And on this fifth record, Gautier and company only continue to put a smile on my face with his increasingly unpredictable twists and turns. From Baroque to breakcore, this Frenchman really twists my brain into knots on tracks like Blast Beat Falafel featuring Trey Spruance of Mr. Bungle and Headbutt, which crescendos with a mic'd up piano being crushed by an excavator. Nothing is sonically off limits to Igor, and it's that boundless creativity that continues to make each album such a joy to receive. Then we have Imperialist with Prime.
It's my world. You'll never be free. Infecting your mind. However I please.
Transcending Obscurity Records bringing a number of the goods this month, starting with the third album from this California black metal and thrash band, mixed and mastered by the legendary Don Sueno, and with sci-fi energy for days. The FFO section of the press release recommends them to a plethora of big-name fan bases, from Vector and Vuldren to Immortal and Dissection. Icy cold darkness from the vastness of space. We also have Werewolves with The Ugliest of All. Now, we've been chronicling this Australian death grind band's mission to record 10 albums in 10 years for a while now. This is album 6, and they have yet to run out of steam, and frankly, this may be one of the most vicious yet. Always an impeccable incorporation of samples as well, from Sexy Beast to Aqua Teen Hunger Force and Trading Spaces. They add to the already highly confrontational energy of the D-beats and blackened guitars. Of course, we have Between the Buried and Me with The Blue Nowhere.
A fever dream, reach across the streets of legacy.
Another ambitious mix of progressive metal and metalcore, seeming to bring in elements of every other genre under the sun. If you enjoyed Colors 2, this feels very much like a continuation of that approach. Blasts of brass, ballroom dancing, funky 80s synth pop, and explosions of grindy technical madness are all part of the game here. There's a reason that this continues to be one of my favorite bands even now, over 20 years after that fateful day I stumbled across the Silent Circus at the record store. I was expecting this to be my favorite album of the month, but there's one that actually beat it. But moving on, we have Abyssalisk with Adaptation. Another sick record from Transcending Obscurity, and another this year with Max Smith on vocals of Apogean and Eschaton. Does this guy ever sleep? Here he's joined by members of Fleshbore and Unaligned, and true to seemingly every project he touches, it's an extremely tight and headbang-worthy slice of death metal. Just 5 songs, but all rippers with a groove that would definitely be welcome to fans of Aborted. Some nice little quiet, eerie moments of atmosphere sprinkled in there as well to help pump up the contrast. And speaking of Unaligned, we have Unaligned with A Form Beyond. So yeah, if that wasn't enough, we have more killer death metal from Transcending Obscurity with the debut of this tech death crew. Killer drums and sick riffs, but also killer bass work on this one that'll really give you stank face. Absolutely dominating vocal performance here too. This guy is pissed. Recommended to fans of stuff like the Black Dahlia Murder, Demon King, and Veil of Nath. Next up is Mortal Scepter with Ethereal Dominance. The second album from this French black and thrash metal band, and as is the pretty much one prerequisite I have for an album in this style, it brings the riffs and the energy. And the vocals give me a bit of early Creator vibes as well. Absolutely shredding stuff that really got me moving to each earworm hook, and with an overwhelming sense of evil to boot. Track lengths could be shaved down just a little bit, but I wasn't ever bored. You also have Mors Principium Est with Darkness Invisible. Longtime fan of this highly underrated Finnish melodeath band, now in their 9th record, even if I consider the last one to be more of a compilation of re-recordings. Regardless, I'm always excited to see their name come across my desk, and once more both the guitars and symphonic elements deliver on the big atmosphere. It feels like they are even trying to further step up the more dramatic qualities of the music with some of these interludes, and All Life is Evil is just like full-on Flesh God Apocalypse at this point. Another really strong album in a tight discography. Once more, if you haven't taken the dive with their records, please do. Frankly, I like them better than Insomnium. Then we have Demiurgan with Miasmic Deathless Chamber. Another Transcending Obscurity death metal entry, this one out of Italy, and with more of an old school technical vibe I'd compare to Suffocation or Malevolent Creation. This is their 3rd record, and clocking in at around 36 minutes, it feels as tight as a drum. It also feels slimy to me, like it's coated in mucus. And the jangly guitar work spurts and sputters like an open wound with plenty of that 90s Florida flair. We also have another one from Esactralahum with Ghostigmata, Spiritual Rites of the Psychopomp Absculum. I've got to say, at this point, I kind of groan whenever I see this name pop up, as this French project's output offers no breaks in the release schedule. And at another nearly hour-and-a-half runtime, it's an undertaking of its own. That said, I once more find myself getting lost in the atmosphere. No way it needs to be this long, and I would love some reprieve before the next one, but hey, it still made the list, so there's that. We also have Gore with Cult Member. Total blast of a crossover record, very much akin to the likes of Power Trip and DRI. Short songs that pack a punch and don't waste your time getting straight to the headbanging.
Heavy shit.
I also listened to this right after working through my 90s metalcore ranking, which I highly recommend you check out, even if you're not generally into the genre. Those 90s ones go so hard. But this felt like a fun continuation after that. And just nice to be able to blast through a record in a few minutes sometimes. There's also Ritual Mass with Cascading Misery. Another dose of tunneling into a chasm death metal in the vein of Alterage and Portal from this debut. A wonderfully atmospheric mix of death and doom metal for a bad day. On a dime, this Pittsburgh crew will shift from technical blasts of rusted churning machinery to sprawling, resigned misery. Not quite as memorable as Portal or Alterage, but a damn fine start. Then there's Condition Critical with Degeneration Chamber. Absolutely kick-ass thrash record from this New Jersey quartet formed in 2010. Banger energy with a very disobedient aesthetic and tons of bass rumble. Big chuggy guitars and some very 80s sounding vocals complete the package. Favorite tracks on this one include Destructive Horrors and Cryptic Intestinal Preservation. We also have New World Depression with Abysmal Void. Rock solid German death metal with a bit of old school Swedish energy with those same melodic flourishes. And honestly, there are moments where the vocals remind me a bit of At the Gates. Rest in peace again to Thomas Lindberg. Reported influences include Asphyx, Bolt Thrower, and Obituary. Plenty of groove to get your motor running. Then we actually have Lorna Shore with I Feel the Everblack Festering Within Me. Once more, I'm sure I'm going to get the tomatoes from the fanboys for not saying that this is like the best thing ever, just like they were saying with Pain Remains. But I do think that this represents a much better version of what that album was going for, and the more I listen to this one, the more promise that I found. Some real gems to be found here, including War Machine, Prison of Flesh, and A Nameless Hymn. I just hope that on the next album they can really take some chances instead of becoming a one-trick pony.
You're better than that.
We also have Kitty with the Spit EP. So I was ready to scoff at this as another unnecessary re-recording of songs I still very much enjoy the originals from, but goddamn. Do these versions hit the spot when I guess I just needed it? I mean, it's hard to improve on the perfection that the OG Brackish was, but the new one is very fun. They kept the essence of all four of these tracks while giving them a fresh twist and the benefit of Morgan's improved screams that put a big smile on my face. Then there's Pyrexia with Unholy. Album 8 for this New York death metal band we've also covered in the 90s by year rankings. Really tight 25 minutes of pure violent abominations that is actually a re-recorded and reimagining of their 2018 album Unholy Requiem. Blood to Ash, The Fall of Eden, The Anointed, and A Moment of Violence are particularly potent tracks that absolutely pummel you. And I also like the little samples again sprinkled throughout, as well as guest spots from members of Malignancy, Sanguisugabog, and Suffocation. Kind of outlier pick on the list here, we have Fleshwater with 2000 In Search of the Endless Sky. This band is more of a rock thing than a metal one, but given that it includes two members of Vane and gives me plenty of comparisons to both Rollo Tomasi and Deftones, it seems relevant enough. Whatever you call it, this is some lovely drifting melancholy that feels more than fitting of its album title. Just absolutely stunning chill music that was perfect for my morning starts, really gave me good vibes. More than a little kind of like Midwest emo coming through as well on this. Different kind of music, but the same energy. Then there's Many Eyes with Combust. Former Every Time I Die vocalist Keith Buckley follows up his new project's first full length with this 4-song EP, and I am digging this a lot more than the full length. I don't want to at all stifle Keith's creativity, but frankly this gives me a lot more of those old Every Time I Die hallmarks that I was missing on the debut. The sardonic lyrics that make me want to laugh and cry at the same time, the in-your-face delivery, the infectious riffs, all here, but also some little twists of their own, especially with final track Counting Teeth. This definitely makes me more excited about the path for this project moving forwards. Then there's 9 Inch Nails with Tron Ares. Now, I was a bit miffed at finding out that the next 9 Inch Nails album was going to be a soundtrack for the new Tron movie, with Disney apparently pushing Trent and Atticus to use the band moniker rather than their names, as in the past.
Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
But ultimately, the end result is probably the most enjoyment I've had listening to one of their records front to back since the 2000s. It's no Pretty Hate Machine, The Downward Spiral, or The Fragile, but at this point, I don't really think anything can be. They're just not those people anymore. So I'm perfectly happy getting something that feels like a combination of the first Ghosts collection with a few vocal-driven tracks that fuse elements from across their career. Then when I heard a lot of people talking about this month, we have Via Nova with Hit It. A lot of people recommended me this album, and I almost gave up due to it starting with auto-tune. That is just not my thing. But I'm glad I stuck with it because basically it turns into kind of a more eclectic Dance Gavin Dance meets Tala with plenty of gent. Really enjoy tracks like Oh No, Believer, Marimba, Yaya, and Future Nostalgia. I don't think it's the masterpiece I see some people hyping it up to be, but it shows a lot of promise. And then also Dying Wish with Flesh Stays Together. The third album from this metalcore crew that, despite being from my own Portland, Oregon, this is the first time I've actually checked out one of their albums. And given its ferocity, I'm glad that I sort of stumbled into it by accident. Given the alternations between the harsher and more melodic qualities, bands like Spirit Box, Ginger, Vexed, and Rolo Tomasi seem like fair comparisons, but I think that Emma Boster's screams have a particularly venomous, unhinged quality that were actually what drew me in to begin with. Like, she is so pissed on this record. Alright, before we get to my favorite and also least favorite picks of the month, we have some honorable mentions here, and also a little pause to remind you, if you're enjoying the video so far, hit the like button. It helps me out in the algorithm, as does commenting your own favorite and least favorite metal albums of the month. But yeah, first up with honorable mentions, we have Dark Angel with Extinction Level Event. Cool to have these guys back after 34 years, as I very much enjoy their 80s output, but man, is this far from their best work. There are some parts I really dig, but plenty of others that are not so hot. Would have loved for this to make the list, but it's relatively low within thrash this year. We also have Demersal, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce the actual album title, I'm just going to say the translation, which is We Couldn't Stay Here Forever, could we? I've covered this Copenhagen band a few times on the Underground Bandcamp segment over the years, and this is their latest 5-song EP. They continue to grow and mature in their special brand of post-hardcore with excellent implementation of piano, brass, and other additional instruments for highly emotional listens. It's also Overt Enemy with Insurrection. Pretty solid groove and thrash metal from Texas, some banger riffs and serious bass guitar as well, but the vocals could definitely use some work. There's Nicolas Cage Fighter with I Watched You Burn. Solid no-frills metalcore release from this still relatively new Australian band, carrying on the band naming traditions from the MySpace era. Then there's Brothog with Vedves Ende. So overall, this fourth album from this Norwegian band is pretty typical black metal, but I gotta give it to the guitar player on this one for really cooking both in terms of riffs and solos. Not enough to make the main list, but praiseworthy nonetheless. But next up is Svartsat with Peregrinus. The sixth album from this Danish folk metal band, and it's solid enough for kind of a middle-of-the-road outing in the genre. Been a fan of them for a while, but it wasn't quite enough to make my best list. Then there's Der Weg einer Freiheit with Innern. Year after year, I give this German black metal band's albums a chance, and don't get me wrong, they're good. I just don't find myself personally getting much out of them, especially in comparison to what most people seem to. Not sure what it is. Great production and atmosphere. Maybe I just crave a little bit more in the riff department. I tend to get kind of bored. Then there's 1056 or 1056 with I.O. Strong enough metalcore and deathcore album from this French group. I like the little interludes, one of which made me chuckle, actually. This is a rare case, too, where some of the more hip-hop influenced tracks were the ones that stuck with me more, whereas the more traditional ones felt a little bit generic. Also dig Snapped Neck. There's Before the Dawn with Cold Flare Eternal.
Behold the endless ocean, wait for the tide to exceed.
I've been a fan at times of this Finnish melodic death metal band, but the clean vocals and songwriting on this one just didn't do a whole lot for me this time around. Worth checking out their albums regardless. Also Amorphous with Borderland. Been a fairly long-time fan of this Finnish band, especially the last few albums, but this one felt a little bit too much like a lesser rehash to me. Plenty to enjoy, it just made me want to go listen to the previous ones instead. Check out the tier list. There's Swollen Teeth with Ask Nothing. Produced by Slipknot's Sid Wilson and Ross Robinson, this feels like it should be a slam dunk for a new metal fan like me, but I found myself more kind of intrigued by it than actually in love with it. Kind of new metal with Jane's Addiction vocals. I have them on my radar to follow, though. Then there's George Juk with Naglet to Live It. Some more super wicked Norwegian black metal with plenty of thrashy moments as well. Didn't quite break through to the main list, but if you want some good stuff in this style, then you've got it. Also After Earth with Dark Night of the Soul. Really solid Swedish melodeath that feels like a mix of Amon Amarth with In Flames. Production and pacing could use a little work, but very good. Yotuma, The Final Word. Some more grimy, ugly death metal mixing old school and the new with this Wisconsin band's second album. Sufficiently crunchy, but a little one note with a few standout moments. Then there's Peeling Flesh with PF Radio 2. Now again, I like rap. I enjoy rap in some of my metal too. I even like new metal, but I continue to fail to see the hype around these guys.
That means you're racist.
More super generic slam mixed with super generic rap. Also 10 tracks for an EP seems a little bit wild for me. If you enjoy it, great. As always, like, have at it. But for me, I'm just like, this is kind of the worst of both worlds, in my opinion. Of course, I will mention Paradise Lost with Ascension. Maybe my most asked for tier list that I did not deliver on this month. And modern day Paradise Lost is a really beautiful sleep aid. It's the best way that I can put it for me personal. I get why people enjoy this, but it's just not my thing. Some cool riffs though.
When next we meet, we are enemies.
Then there's Demon Hunter with There Was a Light Here. I've never been a big fan of this band, even in my peak metalcore days, and this album didn't really change that for me. The riffs feel generic, the lyrics pretty sophomoric, and the harsh vocals actually pretty weak. A few good songs here though, like Light Bends. Keeping on that metalcore train, we have I Prevail with Violent Nature. Another latecomer metalcore band I never found particularly interesting. Plenty of the same qualms with tracks like Annihilate Me and Rain that I have with modern day Architects. But also, like modern Architects, sometimes they drop a surprise banger like Violent Nature or NWO, which is like frustrating. There's also Bless the Fall with Gallows. So after all those, it may surprise some of you that I did enjoy this album, considering that it falls into plenty of the octane-core tropes that I tend to hate, even joking about the term in one of their videos.
What if they're butt raw? What if they're octane core?
But personally, I find that if the songwriting is still genuinely catchy and the clean vocals feel more inspired by like pop, punk, and emo than pop, R&B, and SoundCloud rap, then I tend to be more into it. And so this was just kind of like a throwback to Light for me. But there's also Dance Gavin Dance with Pantheon. Really dug the last album from these guys, did not care much for this one. There are some standouts like Midnight at McGuffey's, but overall the songwriting doesn't feel as strong and the parts with the vocal effects just kind of annoy me. But moving on to the worst album, in my opinion, of this month, we have President with King of Terrors.
How embarrassing.
Now, as disappointed as I was with that Dance Gavin Dance album, this is basically the Octane Core final boss. While admittedly catchy at times, this represents everything I hate about where metalcore has gone and why I feel the genre has become so unfairly misunderstood. The only redeeming quality is that it's just a 20-minute EP, but there assuredly will be more.
God save us all.
But that brings us to my favorite metal album of the month, and it was hard to choose, because man, there are a lot of good ones, Between the Buried and Me, Igor, Revocation, but I think ultimately I need to give it to Talo with Primeval, Obsession, Detachment.
It's already transpired. You just catching up in this moment. Intervention supposed to put the babe in the casket, maybe.
Another killer album from, in my mind, the only truly great nu metal act of the new school. This third album continues to show the band grow and improve, and the genuineness shines through, especially in the live single-take vocal performances from Justin Bonnetz, who was pretty ill and recovering from pneumonia, but still manages to just totally kill it. Also very impressed with Max Portnoy's performance on this album, moving now from drums to bass. All around super heavy stuff that I hope will carry the new generation of Jenko jeans, Korn t-shirt, and chain wallet sporting kids into another great era of angsty music. These are my favorite and some of my not so favorite metal albums of October 2025, starting with Sanguisugabog with Hideous Aftermath. Now, I've been a bit of a dissenting voice of the bog for a few years now, but after turning my head more with Homicidal Ecstasy and now the seriously brutal turn of this third album, they may have won me over. Not to mention a killer list of guests here with members of Nails, Peeling Flesh, Defeated Sanity, Cattle Decapitation, and Full of Hell. Lots of slow doomy grooves coming through like a steamroller crunching up corpses. Also dig the more industrial death energy of Repulsive Demise. More of this, please. Next up is Author and Punisher with Nocturnal Birding. The 8th album in this industrial machinist madman's now over 20-year career, and with production from Will Putney, guitar from Doug Sabalik, and guest performances from members of Fang, Couch Slut, and Kuntari, this is one of his heaviest to date. Where the previous album Cruller had me admiring Tristan's more atmospheric Blade Runner side, this feels at times like his The Downward Spiral, in a year where just last month I stated that Nine Inch Nails was no longer capable of such unshackled fury. Next up is Testament with Parabellum. Most of this thing goes way harder than any 40-plus-year-old band has any business to on their 14th album, with tracks like For the Love of Pain, Infanticide AI, and High Noon. The latter even gives Lamb of God a run for their money, while the slow grooves of Shadow People are just as infectious. Tons of killer riffs and a really strong and varied vocal performance from Chuck Billy make this a real treat. Unfortunate that the cheesy Meant to Be and Nature of the Beast drag it down from being one of their best, but that aside, it's still ranked fairly high in the discography. Definitely check out that tier list. Next up is Suffering Hour with Impelling Rebirth. It's been 3 years since we last heard from this blackened death metal crew, and 4 since the last full length, but this EP sees them back and better than ever with their dizzyingly technical, thrash-infused riffage like a blizzard of razor wire. If you're not familiar, I'd call them kind of a crossroads between Ulcerate, Abzu, Portal, and Deathspell Omega's more technical stuff. And frankly, as much as I enjoyed their previous output, I think that this is easily the best thing they've ever done, maybe my favorite EP of the year, even. Then we have Dead Heat with Process of Elimination. The third full-length from this California crossover thrash crew, highly recommended to fans of Power Trip, pure rebellion injected directly to the veins and 10 times more potent than any street drug. I'm partial to the faster tracks, especially By My Will, but the slower stompers certainly have their place as well. Next up is Blindfolded and Led to the Woods. The hardest thing about being God is that no one believes me. The fifth album from this New Zealand crew that have become a recurring favorite, but also increasingly difficult to classify. Like, there are certainly some very death metal moments on this album, but I don't think that even begins to cover the scope. If anything, I see these guys fitting better on a bill with the more extreme and dissonant reaches of the mathcore scene with the likes of Car Bomb and Fawn Limbs, and at times even more traditional ones like Ion Dissonance. And those additional synths and female vocals at the end really cap off quite the harrowing concept album. Another EP here, we have Karish Angren with The Cult of Kariba. I've generally enjoyed this Dutch symphonic black metal band's albums, but I admit that at times the goofiness jumps the shark a little bit for me. This EP, though, finds the band both conceptually and sonically going back to their roots. More classic folklore and with a more grounded black metal sound than they have had in a while. There's still plenty of quirky synths, atmospheric elements, and drama to the vocals, but this time it all feels a bit more serious, and very good, too. We also have Arson Charge with A Dying Light. Always nice to get a bit of an outlier in the rotation, and from a first-time band, no less. I'd most compare the debut from this Denver group to Mastodon with their sludgy take on progressive riffs. It's also fronted by Spells singer and stand-up comedian Ben Roy, who kind of looks like he could be a member of Mastodon. Punchy songs and plenty of killer hooks abound on tracks like Clean Up on Aisle 10, and I really like their twist on Agent Orange Bloodstains. We also have Stillbirth with Survival Protocol. Perhaps a textbook example of don't judge a book by its cover, because that artwork is kind of hideous. But goofs aside, based on how little I can remember of the last few albums, this 9th album is maybe the best thing that they've done in years. It seems like they really put in an effort to focus on dynamics and making every song stand apart. So many moments to stick in your brain with this one, especially in the quite varied guitar work. Feels more like a cattle decapitation record at times. I don't think I'll have any trouble remembering this one. Then there's Enragement with Extinguish All Existence. Always count on transcending obscurity these days to bring the latest and greatest death metal from around the globe. This Finnish group perfectly matches brutality with blackened atmosphere for a truly menacing package. This is their 4th album since their debut in 2014, but my personal first, and it feels like Immolation had a baby with mid-career behemoth. We also have Undersave with Merged and Abstract. Another transcending obscurity poll, this one formed around the same time, but out of Portugal and on their 3rd record since 2012. And these guys take a much more dissonant approach out of the pages of Gorguts and Ulcerate. Truly maniacal sounding stuff, the tunneling through someone's darker neural pathways approach, definitely a treat for the more ambitious musicians out there in particular. Seemingly popular pick here with an Abstract Illusion with The Sleeping City. The third album from this Swedish progressive death metal crew who made waves in 2022 with Woe. This record further expands their sound with reported influences from the likes of Depeche Mode and My Bloody Valentine. Prepare yourself for this one as we're taking on some pretty beefy song lengths. But fortunately, with all of their varied elements they bring to the table and pacing on par with Opeth, you barely even notice. Then there's Scorching Tomb with Ossuary. The debut album from this Montreal death metal crew that should very much appeal to fans of Cannibal Corpse. They bring a very similar intensity to their sound that is at once infectious in its groove while never skimping on the violence and just dripping with gore. Also some noteworthy guest spots here from members of Sanguisugabog and Primal Horde, the latter on one of my favorite tracks in Feel the Blade. There are a lot of great sort of punctuation death grunts on this album too, but that one has my favorite. Then we have Woad with Uncrossing the Keys. The fourth installment from this Manchester crew that I'd mostly compare to Tribulation. They have a similar fusion of black metal menace, heavy metal riffing, and depressive goth aesthetic, though maybe with the heaviness dialed up a notch. This album came at the perfect time for me to break up the barrage of death metal and traditional black metal. Wonderfully multi-textured, dynamic outing. Next up is Extortionist with Stare into the Seething Wounds. The Idaho band's fourth album, and given the mix of hardcore, deathcore, nu metal, and 90s grunge influences, I'd peg their sound somewhere between Code Orange and Tala. There are sections of pure violence on par with Kubla Khan and Knocked Loose. Set and and others where they wear their love for Alice in Chains on their sleeve. There's even a great moment where I think they accidentally wrote the Them Bones riff into a song and then just decided to fully roll with it as an homage. Next up is Valeta with Bitter Lucid Truth. This North Carolina band came out of nowhere to stomp my face with their gnarly debut full-length Summer, and now they followed up with this equally punishing 5-song EP, and once more, if you dig Mantar, you need these guys in your life. Such a sick mix of sludge with hard rock and snarling blackened vocals that never fails to get my head banging. And all brought to you by current and former members of Lord Almighty, Barishi, Moynak, Prayer for Cleansing, and Between the Buried and Me. Next up is Conjurer with Unself. The third album from this UK sludgy post-metal band finds them having evolved quite a bit since I first heard their debut in 2018, and what follows is an incredibly impassioned personal tale of forging a new identity in the wake of it being torn apart. Captivating and often heartbreaking stuff, especially the doomy closer The World Is Not My Home. Highly recommended to fans of Inter Arma, Seer, and Thou. We also have Ephenemer with Utopia. Some more excellent melodic death metal with a bit more of that old school flair. This is the French group's fourth album, really emphasizing earworm neoclassical riffing alongside a grand backdrop of symphonic elements. Plenty of folk energy in there as well on some of the tracks, also giving it a little Encephalum and Vindir comparison. Impressively performed, stunningly produced, and definitely a highlight for the genre this year. Of course, we have Coroner with Dissonance Theory. Another legacy band suddenly dropping a new album over 30 years in the wake of their last one. And this one is a doozy for this Swiss group, really leaning into the most progressive side of their sound. So much so that I hesitate to refer to this as a thrash or groove metal album, though those elements are definitely still on display, especially on tracks like Symmetry and Renewal. They were already a fairly interesting and eclectic group to begin with in their 80s and 90s material, but this is definitely a big step for them. Another one you can check out my tier list of all their albums. Then there's Unprocessed with Angel. From that first insanely technical explosion of guitar and bass of opener 111, I was like, oh yeah, this is the one. I've been praising and hyping up this German band for several years now, but I think now, with their 6th full length, they seem ready for the limelight. They've always been impressive in their musicianship, rivaling bands like Periphery and even Polyphia, but here they managed to fuse that with highly infectious songwriting unlike ever before, and without losing an ounce of their identity to the dreaded octane core machine must listen for metalcore fans. Then there's Catacomba with The Second Death. Seems appropriate that in a year where we lose a Swedish death metal heavyweight in Thomas Lindberg, we take time to celebrate newer bands from the region still carrying that torch. And this sophomore effort feels very much dedicated to just that, from the buzzsaw HM2 distortion and punk beats to the highly aggressive vocals. Great riffs, fun songs, a little paint by numbers, but it got its hooks in me enough that at just 33 minutes I found myself coming back to this several times. Definitely a name I'll be watching for in the future. Then there's Primitive Man with Observance. The 5th full-length from this Denver extreme doom metal project, and despite not being a big genre fan and feeling like I need someone to help me recognize the differences from album to album sometimes, Ethan always keeps me coming back with his bleak atmosphere and absolutely harrowing screams. Complete despair for over an hour straight without reprieve, and Social Contract may be one of their most eerie sounding tracks to date. Then there's Adept with Blood Covenant. I feel it passing through every single memory I have of you. The 6th album from this Swedish metalcore group, formed in 2009, and their first in 6 years. I was not previously familiar, but I would most closely associate their uplifting melodic sound with groups like Under Oath, Polaris, and Make Them Suffer. When I'm looking for the less heavy side of the genre, this is what I look for. It's got that more 2000s appeal rather than dipping into auto-tune, SoundCloud rap, and R&B. The few sort of spoken word parts are a little bit corny, but overall I enjoyed this pretty much start to finish. Of course, we also have Soulfly with Chama. Been a long-time fan of this band ever since discovering the debut and Primitive way back in high school. It's been a long road of albums since then, but I really dig how much they brought back those classic tribal elements with this one. And as usual, lots of great guest appearances here too, from Dino of Fear Factory to Todd Jones of Nails and much more. Very heavy, groovy time, and with a lot of the same reverb-soaked production choices that Max put into the recent Sepultura remakes. Another one you can check out the tier list for all their albums. Alright, before I get to my favorite album of the month, we have quite a few honorable mentions. Like, seriously, October was insane. So getting right into it, we have Internal Bleeding with Settle All Scores. The 7th album from this New York death metal band formed in the 90s. It's definitely got that old school flavor and plenty of groove, but not much else, and not even the best example of the formula from this year, or even month for that matter. Then there's Trivium with Struck Dead. Just bury me with my scream. Very solid 3-song EP from a band I don't generally love, but I feel like this is one of Matt's strongest vocal performances, and the riffs are great as always. Of course, Biohazard with Divided We Fall. The 10th album from this legendary metal-infused hardcore crew, coming 13 years in the wake of the last one. I can't call it one of my favorites, and I feel like there's only so many words you can even use to describe this style of music, but if you like punk and hardcore, it's hard to not have a good time with tracks like Tear Down the Walls and I Will Overcome. Then there's Orbit Culture with Death Above Life. Another strong album from this Swedish band with some more serious headbangers here, particularly in Bloodhound, though I know some people really hate the lyrics to that one, The Torn, and Death Above Life, though I don't like it as much as Descent. The return of 40 Below Summer with Untethered. Definitely wasn't expecting a comeback from this new metal band I fell in love with so long ago with Invitation to the Dance in the 2000s, and while this album never reaches those kind of heights, it's a solid listen with plenty of nostalgia for that era. Then there's Orgrill with the Abyssal Terror. The second album from this Italian black metal trio, and I'd say if you're a fan of what Black Braid are putting out, this might help you further branch out as they spawn from that same dissection lineage tree. Of course, Sabaton with Legends. These Swedes are one of the few power and symphonic metal bands that I really enjoy, and this is another pretty solid album in their discography, but after how big and bombastic the last two albums hit, this felt like a step backwards to me, but still worth your time. Another one you can check out the tier list for. We have Chemicon with the Kukankil Mayakaj. Not even close. But anyways, an interesting folk metal album out of Guadalajara, Mexico, mixing it with a number of different styles. Regardless of style, though, we get tons of atmosphere riffing and, of course, flute alike. A little long-winded for my taste is all. Agriculture, the spiritual sound. Another audience recommendation, this time for this LA post-black black gaze band for fans of Deaf Heaven and Bossa de Naga. Some seriously searing harsh vocals contrasted with bright melodies and more drifting moments. Also Sentinex with Guts and Glory. Another Swedish band we've covered a few times from the 90s death metal rankings by year videos returns with their 12th album, and once more they bring a raw, punk-infused sound as if that decade never ended, which in this case ends up being yet another enjoyable but ultimately unremarkable listen. Then there's Wilt Wither with Pure Light. Another interesting twist from this metalcore band's debut off of Periphery's 3-Dot label. The typical, more aggressive hallmarks of bands like Jesus Peace are there, but within their own eclectic conceptual framework. There's also Avatar with Don't Go in the Forest. I've slowly been acclimating myself to this Swedish band over the years, and I still can't decide how I feel about them. On the one hand, I respect the eclecticism and willingness to experiment with this release alone, jumping from fife and trumpet-driven war marches to melodic death metal to Viking metal to 80s glam and heavy metal, but on the other, it can feel lacking the same overall focus and direction that I find in something like Psy or Eagle. There's also One of Nine with Dawn of the Iron Shadow. My dad started reading us the Lord of the Rings book since I was a very small child in the late 80s, so I'm always down to revisit this world. Love that artwork too, and if the medium also happens to be from some gorgeous black metal in the vein of things like Emperor, all the better. Then there's Hooded Menace with Lachrymose Monuments of Obscuration. I'm not generally the biggest fan of these guys given their penchant for being more on the doom side of things, but I was intrigued by the singles, which seem to be leaning in a little bit more of like a melodeath direction, but unfortunately, overall, this was still not a big winner for me. Some solid riffs, strings, and atmosphere, but a little too sleepy for me, and I don't care much for the vocals. There's also Elder with Rituals of Death and Necromancy. More solid traditional black metal from this full-length debut out of Iceland. Very familiar territory for me that didn't make a huge impression, but was enjoyable nonetheless. Then there's Deteriorat with Awakening. Another returning death metal band from the 90s, now on their 4th record, shockingly only 2 years after the last, considering the previous two were both from different decades. Once more though, kind of a one and done for me. I actually find some of the songwriting kind of annoying, but as always, your mileage may vary. Then there's Mork with To Carry On. Some really lush guitar work make the 4th release from this medieval Minnesota project stand alone from other black metal releases. Quite lovely, just didn't make my top picks. Then there's Rune Magic with Cycle of the Dying Sun. The 14th album from the Swedish death doom band formed in 1990. I enjoyed some of their early work, but the usual aspects of this subgenre that I don't care for continue to keep me from loving this. I have a feeling doomers will enjoy it quite a bit though. Also Outlaw with Opus Mortis. More really solid traditional black metal with those dissection-y guitar melodies, this one with split origins in Germany and Brazil. A little samey throughout, but great atmosphere. Lots of people talking about tribal gaze with inveighing brilliance. The second album from this Texas death metal crew that's still very much just getting started and yet have already found themselves on the Nuclear Blast roster. Nice mix of D-beat driven ragers and slow battering slams on tracks like Beyond Recognition. Very much recommended to fans of 200 Stab Wounds, Frozen Soul, and Undeath. And there's Decilium with Abstraction. Some truly spellbinding, drifting, dreamlike black metal from this French band formed in 2010. Despised Icon, Shadow Work. Now, as much as I ride for old school deathcore, the seventh album from this foundational name in the genre did very little for me. Even with guest spots from members of Darko, Carnifex, and Kubla Khan, not a single song here really stuck with me, even after trying with several listens. But there's also Spite with New World Killer. Another album with that more old school deathcore energy that still didn't make my favorites, but I found this one much more engaging than Despised Icon. I don't think it's as good as 2022's Dedication to Flesh, but it's still a headbanging good time with some real heaters, especially in the second half with guest spots from Will Ramos, Matthew McDougall of Boundaries, and Tyler Shelton of Traitors. And also Heaven's Gate with A Heart is a Heavy Burden. Another case where this ended up here, mostly because I ran out of spots on the main list, but this is both a heavy-hitting and deeply melodic done right EP out of Australia that the metalcore fans out there are definitely going to want to add to their list. Because so many people asked, I guess I'll mention Immortal Disfigurement with Hell is Right in Front of Us. I actually still haven't listened to this. It's in my to-listen wait list, and I just can't bring myself to care enough to want to do it. Like, I just don't find this band particularly exciting. I'm sure I'll get around to it. If you love it, then more power to you, but to me, it's just whatever. As for worst album of the month, there really wasn't like a terrible one that stood out, so I think I'm going to kind of just let that one go this month. And last reminder, before I share my favorite album of the month, I just want to say, if you're enjoying the video, hit the like button and also share in the comments your own favorite albums and also maybe least favorite albums of the month down in the comments. That also helps me out in the algorithm. But my favorite metal album of October goes to The Acacia Strain with You Are Safe from God here. The 13th album from this nearly 25-year running multi-genre band that is another absolute monster in an already impressive discography. This one picks up with many of the same metallic hardcore, grindcore, and beatdown elements of Step Into the Light with shorter track lengths while extending the runtime. And for those who also enjoyed the sludgier, doomier turn of Failure Will Follow, there's also a treat for you at the end with the sprawling, nearly 14-minute closer, Blood Loss. These guys continue to show mastery over every style they put their minds to, and I'd go so far as to call this one of the best metallic hardcore releases of the decade so far, alongside other big names like Harm's Way, Knocked Loose, and End.
Thanksgiving is not about family, Yomi. It is about death.
These are my favorite and not so favorite metal albums of November 2025, starting with Malefic Throne with The Conquering Darkness. The debut album from this death metal supergroup made up of Gene Palubicki of Angel Corpse and Perdition Temple, Steve Tucker of Morbid Angel, and John Longstreth of Origin, Hate Eternal, and formerly Angel Corpse. Insanely heavy and highly technical stuff for the 90s fans out there. All three of these guys really carry their strong pedigree into the music for performances that will make your head spin, but also really working together like an impressive unit for songs that take several listens to fully unravel. Next up is Blut aus Nord with Ethereal Horizons. The 16th album from this over 30-year running French black metal band. This album feeling like a brighter yang to those last two albums' dark yin. It often feels very zen, kind of the black metal version of what Tool did with albums like Anima and Lateralis. Always enjoy hearing what this band puts out, as you never know exactly what you're going to get. Check out the tier list for this one. We also have Drain with Is Your Friend. The third album from this Santa Cruz hardcore punk band. I very much enjoyed both California Curse and Living Proof, and this continues that high octane and at times crossover thrash infused energy.
Where go when you finally got everything you want?
Just 27 minutes packed with D-Beat's fiery punk guitars and crunchy bass. Also, big ups to drummer Tom Flegel, who has been fighting cancer this year while still bringing the goods. Hope you beat it, man. Next up is Perdition Temple with Malign Apotheosis. Album 5 for this Florida black and death metal band, with emphasis on the former in the vocals and the latter in the instrumentation. Also, plenty of thrash energy to the guitars, and I love how gross the vocals get at times with that raspy gurgle. And in addition to already leaning hard into old school sentiment with the production and songwriting, I appreciate that also, like some of those albums, it doesn't waste my fucking time.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Then there's The Grasshopper Lies Heavy with Heavy. The latest album from this Texas noise rock and sludgecore crew, named after a dystopian alternate history novel. And always happy to hear Crow Lotus of Capra, who makes a guest appearance on We Are All the Antichrist. And in addition to things like Ken Mode and Chat Pile, at times I also hear elements of Dead Guy and even Botch. Just gritty, cold, and angry sounding music with the perfect mix of dissonance and infectious groove. Next up is Lamp of Murmur with The Dreaming Prince in Ecstasy. Another solid entry for black metal this year from this solo project I've been quite enjoying over the years. They keep the roots of the genre strong while building their own uniquely ensorceling atmosphere. At times it's pure ravishing grimness, others I detect hints of goth and post-punk, great use of piano too. And closer, A Brute Angel's Sorrow feels like an especially headlong dive into this more expansive territory. Then there's Glorious Depravity with Death Never Sleeps. The sophomore effort from this New York death metal collective featuring members of Woe, Gravesend, Scarcity, and one of the busiest vocalists I know, Doug Moore of Piron and many other great projects. And Doug gives one of his most bludgeoning performances yet on this thrash-infused slice of brutality. Very much recommended to fans of Cannibal Corpse, Monstrosity, and Deicide. Another very no-frills, just death metal release in a year with some strong ones. We also have Astronoid with Star God. The fourth album from this group that I would hesitate to truly call metal, but occupy a similar space for me as something like Coheed and Cambria or Mew. Regardless, it's another incredible fusion of progressive and shoegaze musicianship that is as delightfully drifting as ever. And while I'm not sure I love this one as much as 2022's excellent Radiant Bloom, it's always a joy to take a ride on this cloud. Not to mention the sonic palette here expands greatly with reported influences of Van Halen's 5150, Depeche Mode, INXS, and Pet Shop Boys, as well as direct feedback from Tom DeLonge while on the Blink-182 tour. We also have Insidious with Vulgus Illustrata. The third album from this Polish death metal band featuring members of Vader and Northern Plague, and it brings a similar vibe, especially on Destroy the Priest, which includes guest spots from Vader's vocalist Peter and Moises of Christian. Definitely some more comparisons to 2000's Behemoth as well. Great mix of that classic Polish blackened atmosphere with death metal aggression. Then there's Orob with Golden Tears of Love and Sorrow. I previously praised this French band's fusion of progressive black metal elements, likening them to the likes of Blue Das Nord, Shamash, and especially Enslaved. And much like the latter have experimented with, this new EP finds Orob now also pulling in elements of post-punk, among other things. Still dark and haunting, yet also deeply transcendent, and now with even further layers to drift away on. I could definitely also see fans of other bands like Tribulation, White Ward, and maybe also Garea also loving this. Next up is the Halo Effect with We Are Shadows. Fun little 5-song EP featuring Melodeath covers of everything from Wasp to Danzig. I'm particularly fond of the folky Phenomena track Dance with the Devil. Sometimes these metalized cover albums can go very wrong, as with 6 Feet Under, but these ones kind of rip. Michael continuing to keep very busy, having just followed up their full length earlier this year in addition to his work with Grand Cadaver, Cemetery Skyline, and of course Dark Tranquillity. And on that note, just a very big thank you again for Dark Tranquillity sharing my best of albums in every genre video, because I put Damage Done as my favorite Melodeath album on there, and seeing them, one of my all-time favorite bands since I was like 16, share that was definitely kind of a fanboy moment.
We're not worthy!
We also have Pupil Slicer with Fleshwork. The third album from this UK mathcore metalcore crew that has become one of my favorites over the last few years, and where Blossom continue to build on some of the more melodic directions amidst the heavier ones, this one feels just purely pissed off aside from the very post-hardcore tinged single Nomad. Besides this, a whole lot of screaming and meaty, punchy riffs are the name of the game, and that's the side of the band that I tend to love the most anyways. And oftentimes the bass steals the show here on tracks like Innocence, Black Scrawl, and the hypnotic Fleshwork. We also have Blood Truth with Execration. The third album from this Italian death metal band, formed in 2009 for fans of Suffocation and Hideous Divinity, and some seriously technical drumming here from Giacomo Torti, also of Hour of Penance. Also some insanely heavy bass and very Corpse Grinder-esque vocals belted to the extreme. Once more, death metal seeming to close out the year very strong. Then there's Equilibrium with Equinox. The seventh album from this long-running German folk and melodic death metal band formed in 2001 and back after their longest hiatus yet since 2019's Renegades. This is also the band's first record with new vocalist Fabian Ghetto, who is now the third frontman in their sprawling nearly 25-year career. I'd say this album is the closest they have come to their early Tourist Frontier and Saga sound in a long time, emphasizing the folk and dialing back some of the silliness. I've enjoyed most of their output, from the more serious to the absolutely jump the shark bombast of Armageddon, and this is another very strong entry. I enjoyed it more every time I listened to it. We also have Veilburner with Longing for Triumph, Reeking of Tragedy. This seemingly unstoppable force of black and death metal is back again with their 8th album and just a year after the last one. More warbly, otherworldly psychedelic guitars and truly demented vocals to infect your brain with insanity, and I appreciate that they continue to be one of the riffier bands in the genre. Ouroboreal Whirl also gave me some 90s Rotting Christ and Moonspell vibes with its gothic melodies and dramatic flair. And Matter o' the Most Awful of Martyrs is one of their most dynamic tracks to date, seeming to be a straight ripper before taking a surprisingly uplifting turn at the end. Then there's 1914 with Viribus Unitus. Perhaps this Ukrainian black metal band's eeriest release yet, continuing to chronicle the horrors of World War I. Those choir-style backing vocals on tracks like 1915 make for some truly haunting atmosphere fitting of the concept. And then others like 1916 give more weight to that behemoth style, as if you ask me, there's enough real evil in the world to make Satan seem tame in comparison. Quite the moody closer too in the doomy 1919. This is like the polar opposite of what Sabaton offer, and more in line with the vibe I associate with war, despite enjoying both bands. More melodic death metal, we have Omnium Gatherum with May the Bridges We Burn Light the Way. The 10th record from this Finnish melodeath band formed in 1996 and still bringing some of their best material, I would say. They bring a particularly uplifting sound, especially in comparison to the more morose sounds of regional genre peers like Insomnium, especially on tracks like Walking Ghost Phase. Lots of headbangable, groovy guitars alongside lush, shimmery synth melodies, killer riffing, grand atmosphere, everything I come to this band for. Then there's Bore with Feral. Even before the loss of Every Time I Die, I was on the lookout for the next successors to that sound, and this New York band was definitely a contender when I reviewed their 2020 EP and 2021 split. And here they are back with their first full length in all of their clearly Every Time I Die influenced glory. The mathy riffs, ferocious vocals, and sardonic lyrics are all there, but not content to just be some copycat, they also have their own signature touches, especially on the appropriately titled Bungle and the surprisingly melodic turn of the titular closer. Then there's Demon King with Death Knell. Having followed this Nashville band basically since its inception in 2019, I was actually surprised when remembering that this is their first full-length album in the wake of just 2 already impactful EPs. And that long build-up to this moment feels to me like it has paid off as their growth and increased mastery of their craft really shows. On top of the foundations of serious guitar hooks on par with the likes of the Black Dahlia Murder, Aborted, and Skeleton Witch, they have really blossomed in more dramatic directions as well. With some of the more eerie vocal additions and blackened melodies also hearkening to the likes of Dimmu Borgir, Cradle of Filth, and again, Behemoth. Next up is Krixkor with The Womb of the World. The second full length from this highly atmospheric UK blackened death metal band, and this one feels like a glorious Antichrist love child between Portal and Imperial Triumphant with a Philharmonic twist. The instrumentation and cavernous howls are as technical and suffocating as ever, but now with the songs even more grandiose and apocalyptic thanks to the bombastic blasts of brass and screeching strings. There are a few honorable mentions here before I get to my favorite pick of the month. We have The Ominous Circle with Cloven Tongues of Fire. The return of this blackened death metal band out of Portugal 8 years after their debut. Really dark atmospheric stuff with a doomy edge to it. Chris loved it, so I'll bet you can find his review on metaltrenches.com. We also have Voldgeflüster with Nockengesanga 1 and 2. There are plenty of aspects that I really enjoy about this German atmospheric black metal project, but this latest double album just doesn't do enough to keep me personally engaged for that kind of investment, despite the lovely acoustic and string additions. Then there's The Reticent with Please. Holy crap, were there a lot of people telling me to listen to this North Carolina band's 5th album, and I feel like I fell victim to the hype, unfortunately. For all of the impressive musicianship and correlations with Between the Buried and Me and Opeth, I couldn't fully get into it, save for certain songs like The Bed of Wasps and The Scorn. The samples were also just way too on the nose for me. Then there's Withering Soul with Passage of the Arcane. The 5th album from this melodic black metal band out of my old hometown of Chicago, bringing more of that always enjoyable dissection sound, solid riffs, and imposing atmosphere. There's also Angel Maker with This Used to Be Heaven. A pretty darn solid 4th outing for this Canadian deathcore crew, but no matter how much I listened to it, nothing really stuck outside of the more melodic turn of Nothing Left. Lots of great riffing and performances in general, but I think it's just too formulaic for a guy who has listened to a lot of the genre and spends every day taking in new music. So, yeah. There's also Bliss of Flesh with Metempsychosis. The latest from this 25-year-old French blackened death metal project brings plenty of hellfire in its sound with some potential comparisons to the likes of Svart Crown. Also Trace Amount with Flagrant. Another one-man industrial project out of Brooklyn, New York, following in the footsteps this year of others like Black Magnet and King Yosef, and actually released on the latter's own Bleak House label. There's also Death Yell with Demons of Lust. High-speed, highly satanic Black and Thrash from Chile. That's all you need to know. Phobocosm with Gateway. The fourth album for this Canadian death doom band, and apparently with material spanning their entire career and recorded alongside 2023's Foreordained, as well as representing a closing of the current chapter for the band. Truly haunting, menacing atmosphere that feels like you're circling the drain down into the abyss. There's also Iray with In the Key of Twilight. Another strong black metal album, this the sixth from this Portuguese black metal band and full of atmosphere. Then there's Void Ceremony with Abdibitum. The third album from this California progressive death metal band that also has a penchant for some doomier elements, but will flip from that on a dime into chaotic sweeps and sort of blood incantation and atheist territory, and notably they share atheist live drummer Dylan Marks. Undoubtedly impressive, but a bit too style over substance for me at times, and I wish the vocals were more interesting, but I had some people in my Discord who said that this was like an album of the year for them. Then there's The Devil Wears Prada with Flowers.
Remember.
I was having a bit of an old man yells at cloud moment here in the singles for this one, as I think the 2000s kid in me just misses how this band used to sound back in the day. But ultimately, for the more schmaltzy emotional side of the genre, this is actually solid enough and carries some genuine feels rather than just feeling like a cynical octane core outing. We also have Of Mice and Men with Another Miracle.
What's another miracle?
I had similar thoughts going into this California metalcore band's seventh album, but this one is actually pretty strong, if fairly unremarkable. Definitely hear some potential comparisons to Textures, though it doesn't hit that high bar, and I am just so stoked to hear Genotype in January. I really hope that can live up to the hype. For my worst album of the month, I am going to go with The Pretty Wild with 0 Point Genesis. Now, this really isn't terrible, and I'm not going to deny that much of this is actually pretty catchy, but they are definitely a contender for the next cringiest bands list, and man do they fall into all of the worst octane core tropes. Just a hideously overproduced monstrosity. I can handle it one song at a time, and they are objectively very good singers, but as an entire album, it gets pretty tiresome. Teeny bopper, FNAF core, hot topic metal, the female version of Ice Nine Kills, but hey, we all gotta start somewhere, so as always, if it brings new fans to metal, I can't hate on it too hard. One final reminder before my favorite album to hit the like button if you're enjoying the video so far, and also to comment below your own favorite and least favorite albums of the month. Where do we agree? Where do we disagree? Let's have a fun conversation down there. But my favorite album of the month goes to Depravity with Bestial Possession. I've enjoyed every album from this Australian death metal band, but I think this third one really takes the cake. They've really made use of the 5 years since the last record with some of their most monstrous riffage yet. And with the high octane infusions of thrash into the guitars alongside the more dark and brutal atmosphere, it makes a nice companion piece with the latest from Revocation. Leave it to Transcending Obscurity to serve up heaters all the way to the end of the year. These are my favorites and a few not so favorite metal albums of December 2025, starting with Rotten Sound with Mass Extinction. The Finnish grindcore maniacs still very much in action with their 11th EP on top of 8 full lengths, and even after over 30 years, they show no signs of doing anything more than what they set out to from the beginning. Just under 10 minutes of pure in-your-face violence. If you were looking for anything more than that, you best just keep on walking. Next up is Son of Suns with Entanglement. Some excellent progressive technical death metal, very much in line with Fallujah, almost to an uncanny degree, really. The vocals are a bit lower and more gurgly, but otherwise this has that same shimmery floating through the sky feel to it. It's not just a complete copy-paste, though. This album gave me enough surprises in different directions that they justify their own existence as well. Another killer yin and yang of light and darkness that would have ranked highly on this year's death metal tier list. Then we have Profiler with Masquerading Self. Our first of several EPs on this list, this from the up-and-coming UK band mixing metalcore with new metal, and if you dig the likes of Thornhill, I think you're going to enjoy them as well. Lots of fun bouncy choruses with plenty of hip-hop influences and big soaring Deftones-y choruses. Some of the vocals on Dope give me a little American Head Charge, while Waste is a bit more Linkin Park or Trust Company, and in fact, this entire album feels like a walk through basically every style of new metal and alternative I loved in the 2000s. We also have Lichgate with Precipice. The fourth album from this UK avant-garde death and doom metal band, and now 5 years in the wake of their last EP after a pretty consistent string of well-regarded releases in the 2010s. Quite a multi-textured journey here, covering both more kinetic and chaotic moments as well as more soothing jazz piano-driven segments. Not an album I see myself going back to a ton due to its doomier elements, which as many of you know is just not really my bag, but it almost deserves extra props for landing a spot on this list for that reason, and is a welcome standout from most of what I hear in the genre. We also have Kakihara with Love Songs Part 2. Continuing the banger EPs for December, we have one from this Edinburgh metallic hardcore outfit. The press release said, think Converge meets Botch with a shot of Dillinger Escape Plan Chaos, and I'd say that's pretty accurate. I was impressed to also see that this was all recorded live in a living room because I think it mostly sounds really great. Just the type of panic chord infused chaos I'm always on the lookout for. There's also Cryptic Process with Gulps. New grind and brutal death EP from this French group following up their debut full-length in 2023. Really great mix of raging technicality and catchier, hookier moments. Getting some Cryptopsy energy at times, really awesome guitar work, drumming, and vocals. I can't say enough how much I appreciate when a band knows how to be technical and musically engaging at the same time. Too many bands just go for speed, breeze, and woodly-woo riffs without paying attention to the songwriting. Not these guys. Then there's Witness Chamber with Bronze Gates. Another absolute crusher of an EP from this metallic hardcore crew out of Idaho, 16 minutes of pure unadulterated piss and vinegar. Super heavy stuff packed with plenty of pingy snare drum, highly recommended for fans of Knocked Loose, Harm's Way, and Code Orange. There's also Rex Furious with Voidburn Sovereign. Some underground death metal from the Netherlands, getting plenty of early Amon Amarth with the chugging guitars like warriors on horseback, heralded in by some of the more triumphant melodies. But there's also plenty of other 90s influences at play here too, making for a very enjoyable listen for fans of the old school, but all delivered with a sleeker modern production that gives the album depth without skimping on the brute force. Then there's Guttural Slug with Ulcers in the Flesh of Thought. I don't cover much slam and brutal death here because frankly most of it all just sounds the same to me, but I guess I was in the right mood and had the space to enjoy this new EP out of Denmark. Just very infectious grooves, more killer dodgeball snare, and honestly great production all around on par with the likes of Cytotoxin. I also really appreciate that the vocals have some variation rather than just sticking to the usual breeze, though there's plenty of that as well. Then there's Atavistia with The Winter Way Reforged. A re-recording of the Canadian symphonic death metal band's 2020 album with new arrangements and rewritten orchestral elements. Big, folky, epic stuff with plenty of atmosphere. Highly recommended to fans of Ensiferum and Wintersun. Good mix of death metal and power metal style vocals, but with the overall emphasis on the former, which is certainly my preference. My enjoyment level was a little inconsistent over the runtime, but overall it was a nice listen for these colder months. Then there's Pedestal for Leviathan with Enter Vampiric Manifestation. The debut album from this blackened death metal band out of the always dark and thriving Colorado scene. Love the use of organ. It feels like a much heavier and more chilling version of like Phantom of the Opera, and the melodies from Lycanthropochrist even reminded me of Bowser's Boss Zone music in Mario 64. Sorry, you'll never be able to unhear that. Joking aside though, killer atmosphere and great production, really capturing all of the instruments working together, really loving the depth of these vocals too, between the performance and use of reverb. There's also Head in a Jar with unbelievable violence. One more D-beat filled party rager of a record to close out the year. Nice audience pick here for some rollicking, highly punk-infused Australian thrash metal with a retro vibe. I'd peg their sound somewhere between Midnight and Municipal Waste. Definitely something that could have made my thrash list for the year, but as always, the show must go on. Then there's Irreversible Mechanism with Gravient. I've been following this Belarus, previously progressive death metal band, pretty closely since their debut in 2015. They had a sound similar to like Inanimate Existence, but it seems like in the 7 years since their sophomore effort, they've gone through some significant changes. This album feels like Cave In had a baby with Tool, which are both bands I enjoy, so I was down for the ride, and given how bloated the modern prog and tech death scene has gotten with similar sounding bands, I'm okay with the shift in sound. Then there's Flesh Vessel with Obstinacy, Sisyphean Dreams Unfolded. Man, it took me, I don't want to tell you how many takes to get that right. The second album from the Chicago, Illinois avant-garde death metal band, closing out the year with one of its more experimental releases, and I really enjoy just how unpredictable the various twists and turns of this album are, ranging from strange to outright bizarre. I'll admit that the parts with the falsetto vocals come off as outright goofy at times, but taken as a whole, this is a very unique and ultimately rewarding listen. Just 4 tracks to focus on too, which is appreciated when they are so sprawling in nature. We also have Abbey Falls with Life is Just a Temporary Plan. A little last-minute metalcore out of Prague was not on my bingo card, but had this come out a little sooner, it would have made the upper half of my metalcore and deathcore tier list for the year. Highly aggressive and some banger guest spots, including Distant and also a touch of experimentation. I'll definitely be interested in hearing more from this name in the future, some comparisons to Darko. Then there's Chaos Over Cosmos with the Hypercosmic Paradox. The fourth album from this Polish-Pakistani technical death metal project with some seriously impressive guitar work and also backed by some great atmosphere in the synths, really emphasizing the sci-fi imagery. Fair warning, if you don't like the more hyper-produced program drumming side of the genre, this will probably not be for you, but for a fairly DIY project and within the context of its science fiction aesthetic, I think it works. Then there's Mortal Reminder with Mortal Reminder 2. Another audience recommendation for this highly genty sophomore effort, I believe New York band, following up their debut from just last year. Nothing super noteworthy about the songwriting, but its high-octane, hyper-violent approach makes for a damn good time. More chaotic rhythms with comparisons to Meshuggah, as much as, again, things like Darko. Love the little electronic and ambient touches as well. It again falls into plenty of the tropes that plague the modern age of djent, but the execution is more than strong enough to warrant your attention, and with a little more focus on carving out some additional complexity and identity, I could see them going far. Just a few honorable mentions this month. We have Blood Red Throne with Siltskin. The 12th album from this Norwegian death metal band formed back in 1998, and once more bringing some killer melodic death metal riffs into a decidedly dense and traditional death metal framework with plenty of groove. It doesn't really hold me the entire listen, but there are definitely some standouts like Vermicular Heritage. There's also Dimholt with Metaform. Just some more AC black metal to chill your bones one more time this winter. And then Volumes with Mirror Touch.
Garbage day! Huh? No!
And I didn't hate this album, but kind of by default, I guess it is like my least favorite of the month, but it's just such a frustrating record. There are some bangers on here like Bottom Dollar and Sidewinder, but like 60 to 70% of this thing is more bubblegummy, overproduced pop bullshit. And again, I'm not against lighter tracks in general. There were plenty this year I enjoyed, Spirit Box, Thornhill, and Ginger being prime examples, but with all of the layers of autotune and corny synths, tracks like Bad Habit make me kind of nauseous. And then my favorite album of the month, rounding out the entire year, is Enthroned with Ash Spawn. The 12th album from this long-running Belgian black metal act and written in collaboration with occult author Gilles de Laval. Very purposefully dark and evil-sounding music that I'd say rivals some of the best from their era. And at the same time, it also feels very fresh and up-to-date, with my mind frequently drawing comparisons to the likes of Veilburner as well. Chilling but strangely enjoyable stuff, closing out some of the stronger releases in the genre this year. Kind of appropriate that it's black metal too, since I didn't actually do a black metal list this year. This would have been on that. Alright y'all, that is 2025. Check out this playlist for all of my favorite albums of the entire year by month, including my best of the year top 25, or this for your personal YouTube recommendation. But that'll do it for now. Flight of Icarus signing off. Happy holidays. I will see you in the trenches.